Hello? Happy 96 hours, folks!
Hell out of here.
Oh! Thank you! Congrats on getting first! You got a Chris high five!
Claire? Yeah? Thank you for being so nice to me. For helping me.
Now's not the time!
I'm really glad I met you.
Stop!
I'm really glad I met you too, Sherry. But save your thanks until I get
Where you want the high five? Put it right on his ass. Put a little starfish, a little red starfish on his butt. Ooh, okay. Okay. You know what? Come on, Sherry, keep up.
10 minutes until detonation.
Sherry, run!
You're right, I should just be running. Go down, go down, go down, go down. I legitimately have 10 minutes to get out of here.
Of course. Stupid thing's locked.
Hold on.
Sherry, where do you...
I think I can open it from the other side.
Oh, hi. Hi, Weavis.
God damn it, your time sucks.
9
Ah, stop him! Stop him, gun! Welcome! Hello! Stop! My knife! Give me my knife! Hey, yo, no worries at all. Good to see you. Sherry! Okay, cheers.
Nice work.
Stop! I'm still not adopting you! Give me my knife.
Sherry, you hanging in there?
Dude, same here.
Had a girl. They promised
I'm actually like incredibly nauseous and I don't want to vomit, so I'm just toughing it out. Don't get out! Alright, you know what? I have a feeling I'm gonna have more fun if I take this. Right? What's that shit? Oh! Well, if you insist, game. What? What is this? Oh, move, Sherry, move.
What are you doing? We gotta get...
Finishing the fight.
I need you to stay right here, okay?
Okay.
I keep seeing it when I pop in. It's when I want to have fun and I'm frustrated in the game. The deluxe edition of Resident Evil 2 gives you an infinite gun, an infinite ammo minigun, an infinite ammo rocket launcher, an infinite ammo knife, and an infinite ammo submachine gun, and an infinite ammo pistol. But now I have 2 of them. Also, I will take a little break. Mickey has already claimed to take a break. I will do that. Don't worry.
Okay. Alright. Did something.
Infinite ammo knife. Yes, yes.
Okay.
Infinite ammo knife.
Alright, it's working.
Claire!
Leon!
Leon? You're down here too?
Yeah, but the whole place is coming down. Look, you need to get out. Fast.
I know. I found a way out. I think we can all make it. Where are you now?
I hate it when my knife runs out of ammo.
Still there?
Listen, you ever played Black Ops?
I'm sorry,
COD?
Lena.
Black Ops number 1? You know your knife runs out of bullets.
Leon! Leon!
Toxic. Hold it. Let's go. Black Ops 2 peak. What used to be fun. Strutting. Come here. Where's he over there? Dude, from the top row! Oh my god! Up. Come on! Right! Get a healthy bag of nukes! All good, homie. I hope you get better. Here, you get a free kiss on your forehead. Mwah! Yeah! Bro, he knew. Rest in
Okay.
peace.
I'm here. We're getting out of here.
You killed him. It was too much for him. Damn! And guess what? Leon's gonna be in the train behind us. Oh, I love train noise. He's still alive, isn't he? Gimme.
So what's the first thing you want to do when we get out of here?
I want to see where you live.
Good. I take a shower.
See, she's adopting herself.
Not bad.
She literally is adopting herself.
Claire,
Leon!
What the fuck?
So good to see you.
I told you we'd make it, didn't I?
You did.
What the fucking Leon just pops out of nowhere? What is that shit? Oh my god. What am I doing? Oh. Adoption is a two-way street. Let's go! That's what we go for, baby! B. B is the best letter. Everybody knows that. Oh, okay. The ending in certain parts of the game are different in the second run scenarios. Oh, okay. Tofu survivor? Oh god. This is the one that dies. As it should be. Alright, I'm about to make a poop hot pot. Look at me. One second, I just want to check this out.
This is Nighthawk. Come in, Alpha. Alpha, do you read?
Yes, I am the alpha. What?
Man, I thought you were all wiped out. I've been trying to... Guess there's no keeping down the Grim Reaper.
No, I guess not.
Relax. I'm headed toward the front gate of RPD. Pick you up there.
Hey! Oh my god, it's all knives. All knives. What the heck? What do you mean? Get off me. I am tofu. I got several. Okay, if I recall correctly, there's like a little thingy I can go up. Nice shot. Oh, I'm not going the right way. No! Ah! I really like the metal music though. supposed to go? Okay, okay. Listen, tofu's good though. I love tofu. Let go! No! I need tofu! My god, I hate these things. What is this? How do I get away? Oh shit. Okay. Yes, I am also! Yes, I am a tofu! But you know what? I'm the firmest tofu you've ever seen. Yeah! Yummy! Get there. Shit, I gotta go over there. Oh! Did somebody sound programmer? Cause that's not me! Oh my god! How much did one though? Hiya! Hiya! Go, 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 go! Whoa! Whoa! No! I'm the tastiest tofu! Oh, fuck! Yeah! Okay, I'm more. Wibble, wobble, wibble, wibbly, wibbly, wibbly. God, where am I going? Max! No! Oh! No, no, no! Get out the way! Get out the way! Get out the way! No! I got eaten! No! I was right there! I was there. I was there. Anyway, break time. Okay, I'm gonna get a little bit of sauce for my little hot pot because I have an idea. And yeah, I'll be right back. Hey. Oh. And put that over here. There we go. What's this? So how are y'all? Eve! Hey, baby one!
For over 20 years, the
Yeah,
simulated
but it's 5
world of
hours!
Eden has run in near perpetuity. While information about this world is readily available, much of it is indecipherable to the outside observer, replete with jargon and references meaningful only to those who have spent years in the community. On occasion, mainstream news outlets will write articles about the results of battles involving thousands of players.
I hope you get some more
and
sleep
virtual
tonight, Vicky.
assets valued at hundreds of
I saw you playing
thousands of
Tofu.
dollars. Massive exchanges in wars fought for
Listen,
arcane reasons.
I almost won! I almost
Unbelievable
won!
backgrounds. People who spend their time in New Eden will
But
begin
thanks
to
for liking.
discuss their experiences in the game and their participation in historic events, but their gravity is often difficult to fathom for those without the same knowledge or experience. Others endeavor to chronicle particular aspects of its history, such as harrowing acts of subterfuge and its ever-shifting borders and alliances. Many who hear about this world agree that, while fascinating, they would never attempt to join it themselves, citing its complexity and depth.
Yeah.
And so, for most, a single question remains. What is
Is making an extraction shooter? Ooh! That might get me interested. Because I do like me some extraction shooters. This is very easy to get into. You just kind of go in. Like, you don't need to know all the lore. You just kind of, bam! Just don't push it, Bakey. Because I don't want to write a eulogy, so... You know. You consider it. Don't die.
During the early 1990s, software developers were exploring the possibilities of the internet, a relatively new invention
get more
at
food.
the time. Interactive online spaces such as multi-user dungeons and forums were shared by millions of people, but it was clear to everyone using and creating these spaces that there was much more potential. Internet technology was rapidly improving and changing, and developers had to make certain that their creations could keep pace. Even more difficult, however, was balancing the ever-changing needs and desires of users with the services being created. As personal computers became more widespread and their rendering capabilities increased, developers grew more and more interested in simulated, three-dimensional environments shared over the internet as the natural progression of forums. And of these developers, there were few as ambitious as the Icelandic company Oz Interactive and their creation, Oz Virtual. During the preceding decades, cyberpunk novelists had envisaged immersive, multi-sensory virtual experiences enabled by powerful computers networked with
Alright, catch me up, what I
and
missed?
software developers had used these stories as inspiration to create worldwide web browsers that allowed users to explore websites in 3 dimensions, utilizing a coding language called the Virtual Reality Markup Language, or VRML, as opposed to the hypertext markup language, HTML. Founded in 1992, Oz Interactive sought to expand upon this concept and offer a VRML web browser that allowed users to interact with other users who were visiting the website at the same time, with each person represented by their own 3D avatar, and even allowing for simultaneous voice communication, a remarkable progression for the time. However, their location made development difficult. Iceland's internet was connected to the rest of the world by a single modem, and the
Oh my
country
God.
would turn off this modem during the night when few people were using it.
Seriously?
Still, development would continue for the next 4 years until 1996, when they finally launched the beta version of Oz Virtual. Soon, other companies began forming partnerships with Oz Interactive, including Time Warner, Ericsson, the Van Gogh Museum, and Atlantic Records, to create bespoke worlds within Oz Virtual for them. Most notably, Intel cooperated with Oz Interactive to recreate a New York nightclub in Oz Virtual, then utilize a motion capture system on the performers at the club to host a party in both the real and virtual spaces simultaneously. However, the company soon realized that the concept of Oz Virtual, like many others of its ilk, was a product developed too early for the market, and a small group of developers and artists, as well as a single historian, left Oz Interactive to found their own company in 1997,
CCP?
which they named Crowd Control Productions, or as it is commonly abbreviated, CCP. Where this small group had once spent their time developing tech demos, they were now interested in creating a finished product, and so they decided that they would develop something remarkably different, a board game.
Oh my
Leveraging
God.
the design experience of its initial members, they quickly constructed their game, which they christened Hættuspil, or Danger Game. Produced in conjunction with Alcoholics Anonymous, the game saw players fighting against one another and occasionally making tenuous alliances as they attempted to break the cycle of addiction to various substances. Core to the game's mechanics was a focus on sharp consequences for failure and the ability to interfere with others' play. In the game design documents, the first line read, "Death is a serious matter." Hættuspil was widely successful in Iceland, and soon it had sold a copy to
Why is this
1/8 of
talking-
households in the country, bringing
This
this
isn't
small,
Eve!
independent company of designers a significant influx of capital. But rather than continuing to make board games, the company returned to the concept that had driven them to work together in the first place. While the design and technology they had made for Oz Virtual was produced too early for its initial purpose, they envisaged a game made with the same concepts and some of the same technology. And so, in 1999, using the money they had earned from Hættuspil, they began work on a space-themed, massively multiplayer online
Alright,
game.
finally got to
At
it.
first, the designers attempted a two-dimensional style, but the team decided quickly that they wanted to create something more reminiscent of a movie. and soon they settled on a three-dimensional style that placed the player in a ship out in space against a backdrop of planets and stars, and they began releasing trailers in the year 2000. Publishers were
God.
initially unwilling to believe that
So
the
this thing has
graphics
been
in the
going on for
trailers
like
were
23
rendered
years?
in real time, but after they had been convinced, CCP was able to secure the funding they felt necessary to make the game that they wanted, which they named EVE Online, the second Genesis. Their ambitions, however, were far more than graphical. Supporting the core gameplay would be a complicated system of economics described as hyper-capitalistic by its CEO. All resources available in the game would be gathered, traded, processed, and utilized by players with little management from the company. Like their board game Heitespiel,
Oh my
the first
God.
line in the design document read,
So you basically
"This
have like a
is
second
serious
life.
matter," and, invoking biblical language, this game world was given the name New Eden. When development began in earnest, the company had approximately 20 people, most of them from Oz Virtual, while most others were direct contacts of the initial members from Oz, including some whose relationship had been made by playing Ultima Online with them, another early MMORPG.
Sound
One
like
of
with
the
new
most
nuts
challenging
though.
aspects of creating EVE would be its scaling. Rather than splitting the player base into multiple different instances to reduce the load on servers, the team decided that they would place everyone in the world onto a single massive instance, or game world, with thousands of stars,
that's insane.
using different servers for different in-game regions. In an
Wait,
interview
that's
with gaming
insane!
magazine IGN,
No!
the lead designer and art director, Rainier Harderson, said, quote, "I would say the hardest thing to implement must be the server backend. Apart from that, the biggest challenges in doing EVE would be that there are so many things that we are doing in the game that have never been done before. This means that there are a lot of conceptual problems that we have had to solve without having any reference to in previous games. For instance, when we started out, the only third-person space game we had seen was Homeworld, and that was a real..."
Okay, 1 second. First off, we need to do this again. Yeah, is there any games that you think should be on this list, by the way? Let's get rid of RE7. Yeah. But right now, the other game Junie suggested. I guess I'm playing Leon's side.
real-time strategy game, so that meant that we had no reference whatsoever in how to navigate spaceships from a third-person viewpoint.
Can I take a
Another
break?
example
Yeah.
are uncertainties that rise due to the technical limitation of being a massively multiplayer game. How is collision detection handled on
You
the
need to
server?
go to sleep,
How will the
Jenny.
physics model run? Will real solar
You're
system
not
sizes
interested in
work
the RE
game?
series?
Yes, they
Yeah,
do,
you
with
don't have to
accuracy
be
of
here.
30
It's okay. I'll be here for like
Boolean
55 more
security
hours.
issues, etc.
So
End
if
quote.
there's
During
any
production, the
like
team decided upon an
sections that
iterative
you
process
don't
which,
really
while
have any
effective,
interest in,
was arduous.
don't worry. Just
Early
coordinate.
on, we saw immediately that this couldn't be done in one go. So we decided to do 11 games, basically. We would do EVE 11 times over, each version progressively moving forward to the main goal, but not try to do EVE in one step. So the first step was very simple, just get the basic client-server architecture up and running, and then we moved over to having a 3D client, and then we
That's
added
okay.
all the content. Which
Do you have an own control? I do not.
And then we sort of added on and on.
I can probably
we
get it
did
though.
a total rewrite 5 times, and partial rewrites about 6 times.
I'm cleaning up my desk
For
a
each
little bit
rewrite
so I
we did,
finished eating.
there were always some components which were good enough to make it across the rewrites. But the first 5 versions were almost rewrites from complete scratch.
Still, the developers determined that they would be able to overcome this and every other challenge in due course and with time to spare. Their confidence, however, would prove misplaced. At first, the team at CCP believed that they could deliver the game in late 2001 or early 2002, But as the date approached, the conclusion quickly became that they would need twice as much time to complete the first iteration of Eve. With no other recourse in mid-2002, CCP called a
What's your guys'
company-wide
favorite nut?
meeting and informed their staff that there was no more money remaining and that they were unable to procure any further investors for the moment. Despite this, driven by faith in the project, some of the members of the team stated that they would continue working to finish Eve. According to Hilmar, quote, "There was a turning point, I think, around the time the company was running out of money, which I think gave people this belief. We kind of had this
I
feeling,
mean, it was a good choice.
whoa, we might actually
I love
pull this
cashews.
off. Of course, we believed, but there's a difference between believing and hoping, a turn from hope to belief." End quote. This team would continue work while management scrambled to find more investment money. After 3 months without pay, the company was able to reach a deal with Simon & Schuster, a publishing house primarily known for books, who was attempting to expand into the field of games. This company offered to provide the funding necessary for CCP to finish their game, but the development speed necessary would...
Okay, I'm not fully interested in this. Let's go back to Friday Night Freddy's. There we go.
There isn't a lot here that I haven't already said about the other games. Droney, eerie ambience, a stinger that happens when things get a little bit too close, loud and human-like jump scare sounds. There are a couple things I want to mention about this game in particular, though. First, the beep 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 of the breaking ventilation. Paired with the visuals of the blinking red lights, this sound creates pure panic. That's really just a large part of the game, inducing panic in between moments of just dread, which is what the Sister Location trailer called it. Another thing I want to mention about this game is the glitchiness of the audio. Along with the more janky visual design, which again is on purpose, the audio sounds crunchy. I don't know audio terms. It feels as if the audio itself is glitching, breaking, unstable.
Yeah,
This
crunchy.
not only adds
You can
to the
describe that
visual
as
feel
crunchy.
of decrepitness, but also to the
Oh,
tension
shit!
behind the broken down.
I might need to go, have to go outside tomorrow to buy a stick of butter.
Feel at all reliable, making you feel
Because I
much
need
more
to freeze
vulnerable,
butter and I need
further
to take a bite
increasing
out of
fear.
it.
Also, in the between night
And
mini
eat it.
games, which we'll get back to, there's this really interesting use of 8-bit sounds and then like real life background ambience. It makes you feel like you're actually playing one of these arcade games somewhere in an old abandoned building. Also, the 2 ending songs are some of the best pieces of game music ever. I know I say this a lot,
In a
but
ball?
wow. I mean, if you thought Five Nights at Freddy's 2 was convoluted, you haven't seen
What do you
anything
mean?
yet. Now, I'm not a guide for how to beat all the secret mini games and, you know, how to get the good endings, but for now, let's talk about some of the easier stuff, and then I'll go over the basics of that sort of thing. So, the premise. First off, it takes place over 30 years after the first game. And much like the first game, the story is
What's
revealed
bog
through
butter?
phone calls. However, it isn't the classic
Explain
phone
what
guy
bog
who
butter
first
is.
calls you. It's a new character dubbed Phone Dude who has this sort of surfer accent going. He reveals that the location is actually a haunted house attraction based on the rumors surrounding Freddy Fazbear. They've been collecting memorabilia and props from the restaurant. However, due to being so faithful to the original restaurants, the technology you're using, camera, ventilation, is old and janky. The air vents are unreliable and the equipment is a real fire hazard. You are doubling as an actual security guard and as part of the attraction, with people walking past and looking into the window to feel like a real Freddy's restaurant. It hasn't quite opened yet though, because they're waiting to find something that really hooks people, an animatronic. They even contemplate having you dress up in, and I'm saying this verbatim, a furry suit to jump out and scare people. However, on night 2,
We found one. A real one.
and so Springtrap has been
No.
released into the building. Also,
No,
replacing the
Rain,
phone
no.
calls as they go on are these vintage training tapes
No.
talking about this new Springlock animatronic, narrated by Phone Guy.
No.
Animatronics double as both an animatronic and a suit by sort of compressing the animatronic parts out. They operate with spring locks, which keep the
Oh my
animatronic
God.
parts out so you can get inside. However, if you were to accidentally trigger one of these, well, you're dead. Now
What
you
is-
can start to see what happened to Springtrap. They also mention this back room where you're
Oh my
supposed to
God.
find out if the spring locks go off while you're inside.
Just
Okay, so the basic premise. You're
You
a
go
night
to a
guard
bog,
at a horror-haunted
you throw
attraction,
butter in it.
and an evil
Oh,
zombie
no.
robot is after you. In between nights, you play these 8-bit mini-games, very similar to the death mini-games in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, which reveal a different story. Each night you play as a different animatronic.
But I've
in a
never-
leaking,
I don't know what a
abandoned
bog
pizzeria that
is.
seems to resemble the FNAF 1 location closest. A shadowy animatronic figure leads you to a back room which you can't enter, and then Purple Guy attacks, taking the animatronics apart. Finally, on night 5, you play as the crying child, making your way to the back room again, and we see Purple Guy seemingly afraid of you and a few other ghost children. You chase him around the room until he gets inside of a Golden Bonnie springlock suit. However, the suit goes off while he's inside, and boom, he's dead. And now we know that Springtrap is the Purple Guy. Then we get the
Purple Guy.
ending. Also, at the end of night 6, we learn via newspaper clipping that Fazbear Fright has burned to the ground. However, Springtrap may have survived the fire.
Oh.
Alright, so I am going to get into how we get the good ending, but first let's go over some smaller Easter eggs. Sometimes this poster will turn into a Spring Bonnie poster, and sometimes you'll be able to see Shadow Freddy over on your office, but it doesn't do anything. Sometimes a paper plate doll will appear in your office, and then there's the classic rare screens of the animatronics, including a mobile-only one. Okay, wow.
This is a
Here we
mobile
go.
game?
In the in-between night mini
Oh, when you have to stay Five Nights at Freddy's in the movie?
Numbers, symbols. When applied to the game
God,
correctly in the actual
you know what?
nights, you can
If they
unlock
did
these secret
put that
mini-games,
into the
clicking hidden
movie, I probably
cupcakes,
blocked it
pressing
out
on
ever
certain
since
buttons
Matt
on
Pat
arcade
came on
machines,
screen.
Or, and the most convoluted one, entering a code on your wall tiles as if they were a keypad.
Scott, seriously. Seriously, Scott? Oh look, here's a wall. Let me just dial in my phone number.
Once you enter these minigames, you can just complete them normally and go back to your night. But that's not how you get the good ending. Instead, you have to glitch each minigame, some in the most convoluted ways imaginable, to
Oh
give
my
hints
God,
to
Bog.
some hidden ghost children. Also of note, in these minigames, we can see a glitchy Shadow Bonnie and a location that is presumably Fredbear's Family Diner, as referenced in the second game, featuring Golden Freddy and Golden Bonnie, now known as Spring Bonnie. After you've done that, you can play the Happiest Day minigame, where you, as a child in a puppet mask, wander through a pizzeria until you reach one last crying child. All of the other children from the other minigames join you to give them a birthday cake, and then you can get the regular, not bad ending. Wow, there are a lot of theories here, and we'll get into that later, but just for now, the fact that anybody figured these out is insane to me. At this point, there were a couple different ways to view the game. First, it was the most amazing, scariest game ever made, or there were the people who resented it for being made so quickly and relying mostly on jump scares, or at least that's how they
That's
saw it.
like all
However,
of
the
Five
Let's
Nights
Play
at Freddy's.
scene
Five
was
Nights at
at
Freddy's
its
is just
peak
jump
here.
scares.
Everybody wanted a piece of the action. I mean, with the only game with an actual end, people thought it was going to be the thrilling conclusion to the biggest horror franchise in a long time. Alright, I've mentioned fan songs on here before. This is when DA Games made his Five Nights at Freddy's 3 song, and The Living Tombstone released their only fan song that I didn't like when it came out. To be fair, it has grown on me, but the old SFM models and the chorus turned me into a little Five Nights at Freddy's fan song elitist. Also, Rumi made a Five Nights at Freddy's 3 song? What? To be fair, it does kind of slap though. There was the fantastic Two Evil Eyes SFM short film. Springtrap really seemed to strike something with people. A serial killer stuck inside of a moldy, disgusting, rusting animatronic. It's a really great character concept. And there were also a lot of hoaxes or just fan-made leaks in general. The classic SFM, Fazbear Mall, Five Nights at Freddy's 3 trailer, the Freddyland teaser, and of course the hoax screenshots and character reveals. Okay,
Yeah, but
this was a
Freddyland
really
actually came
interesting time
true
for theories.
in the form
For all
of like
intents and
that
purposes, the main
superplex.
story had been wrapped up at this point. Generally, the consensus on the story was this. Purple Guy, an employee at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, was a serial killer who murdered children at Fazbear Entertainment restaurants. Dressed in a Spring Bonnie costume, he was able to lure children to a back room and kill them. With the help from the puppet, the first victim, the children haunt the animatronics. The puppet helps bring them together, giving the Golden Freddy victim the birthday he never got. Years later, after the franchise has closed, the Purple Man, haunted by the children, goes back to the abandoned restaurant to dismantle the animatronics and get rid of the evidence. However, the spirits chase him into this old spring-locked suit which goes off due to the leaking ceiling tampering with the spring locks. Now dead, the spirits are set free. However, Purple Guy's spirit now haunts the suit, and 30 years later, he's released into the horror attraction Fazbear's Fright, which burns down not long after. Throw in a little cliffhanger at the end that he survived, and you've got a nice bow on the story. There were still some loose ends, but I feel like this is where Five Nights at Freddy's peaked story-wise. There were also some smaller miscellaneous theories. There was the idea that the Mangle wasn't actually a phantom and instead a physical animatronic roaming the facility, or the idea that the blue jeans, green shirt character was somehow integral to the story popularized by 8-Bit Gaming. And the idea that this scene in the trailer is actually the same scene in the minigame, which, if true, would be very gruesome. But still, there were those loose ends. The Bite of 87 still wasn't solved. Was the Golden Freddy victim the Bite victim, or was he killed by the Purple Man at his birthday party? Who the hell are the shadow animatronics? Or these masks in the Happiest Day minigame? Who started the fire? MatPat's theory made a lot of attempts to cover these. The endoskeletons belonged to Golden Freddy. The puppet stuffed the children, not the Purple Guy. Purple Guy used the taser. Phone Guy's recordings being out of timeline in FNAF 2.
Oh my gosh.
7 being the Mangle, Jeremy being the Bite victim, Phone Guy is Purple Guy, the rain is what kills him in the Springlock suit, the bad ending is canon, and so many other timeline issues. Honestly, it felt nice having some closure that wouldn't last.
Because of Five Nights at Freddy 4, right? The nightmare one.
Alright, so where does the game go on the tier list? Okay, maybe some people will say
I like how I still don't fully understand the FNAF lore, and I've watched this like, this is the second time I'm watching
when I
this.
said people thought it was easy, well,
I
that
was
wasn't
like,
necessarily a good
what?
thing. A lot of people
2 years ago I watched this video and I was like, okay,
custom night.
I'm done with
Like it
FNAF.
went by a little too fast,
And then
and people thought the,
the FNAF movie came out and I was like, oh shit, I don't remember
in fact, some people
anything. Maybe I
speculate that
should
the reason
brush
Scott
up on it.
Cawthon would go on to make a
Still
Final
have no
Fantasy
idea.
IV was because of how poorly that this game did. It's not that it was terrible, it's just compared to the other two, it doesn't quite hold up gameplay-wise. I might have even put it on C tier if it weren't for the fact that Springtrap was introduced in it, and the story is really amazing in this game. It's just gameplay-wise, it's not great. But I feel like B is a good spot. It's above average.
Yes.
After FNAF
What?
3's
B?
release, a new teaser
B is
showed
the
up
best
on
spot.
Game's
What do you
website
mean?
with a top hat. And then, it disappeared. And then... So, there's Five Nights at Freddy's 3. I have to say, writing this made my head hurt. There's so much going on, and...
Yeah, and then it wasn't even the final chapter.
Hold on.
I think the Bite of 87 was like the Golden Freddy incident? Well, if you're at, oh my god. I might, honestly. I need a lot of reading materials while I'm on my bus. There were two bites. The Bite of 83 and the Bite of 87. Which one do you want?
Or at Five Nights at Freddy's 4, the final chapter. First, I just want to start off by saying thank you for the amazing support on
He
this
got his
video.
hair!
It is more
Ah,
than
look
I
at this
ever
little
could have imagined.
nerd.
So I also want to say that the next video is going to be about FNAF World, which
Please don't, you might die reading all 23 books?
A little
What?
bit longer than normal to get FNAF World out. With that said, let's start this video about Five Nights at Freddy's 4. Like I said in my Five Nights at Freddy's 3 video, everyone thought the third game was going to be the end to a trilogy. That was the last game. But we know that didn't turn out to be true. Let's take a look at the Five Nights at Freddy's 4 teasers. 4.jpg, a terrifying, cartoonishly so, Freddy Fazbear. A bunch of what would later be known as Freddles crawling all over him.
So
Final
horrible.
chapter, Halloween. Here we have the Was It Me teasers. These are probably my favorite pieces of official FNAF art ever. The lighting, the poses, Foxy's spiking tongue blade, glowing eyes, it's amazing. The Was It Me text was interpreted as a lot of different things, but mainly, who did the Bite of 87? Which one? This was supposed to be a reveal of one of the biggest ongoing mysteries in the franchise, and people got really hyped. Also, it was the name reveal of these new animatronics, the Nightmare animatronics seen as very lightly visible on the teasers. Then the color purple again, this time not necessarily related to Purple Guy. Who exactly this new purple bow tie belonged to wasn't entirely agreed upon, which wasn't helped by the mystery of what the text at the bottom of the screen said when brightened.
Property of...
No, yeah, very helpful. However, it was
Yeah.
generally believed to say Fredbear's Family Diner or be related to that, or maybe it belonged to Shadow Freddy. Also, there's a smaller light in the corner illuminating a reflection of some sort of jaws, and who these jaws belong to would be revealed in the next teaser. And here we go. Stomach mouth, purple bow tie, black and white body. The reveal of Fredbear. This was confirmed by a secret code in the inspect element of the website. A random set of letters that, when taken back one in the alphabet, spelled out Fredbear.
Oh.
Also brightened in the corner is the text, "Or was it me?" Well, you already know, but we didn't back then. Other hidden text includes something that appears to say "property of me." There was also the theory that there's a teeny tiny itty bitty crying child or puppet face, which
I can see
makes
it.
me realize just how much we were reaching back then. And terrible things come in small packages. A tiny Springtrap plush, now known as Plush Trap. And here's where things begin to get strange. This no longer looked like a pizzeria, it looked like a house. And of course, there were more theories out there about this. 8-Bit Gaming posited that the window in the back of Mangle's Quest were these same windows. I love 8-Bit Gaming, but they must have pulled their backs out with some of these releases. This would also inspire the worst piece of Five Nights at Freddy's fan art ever. Not because of lack of talent, but just because the way that it is. If you know, you know. Also, another thing to note really quickly is that in the source code of Scott's websites and a lot of these points, the numbers 8 and 7 were hidden all over the place. Obviously, we know what that means now. Then there was...
No, I don't! Explain it to me like I'm stupid!
Flashlight in an empty hallway. Clock chimes. What game do you think you're playing? Boom. Terrifying. This line right here, "What have you brought home?" was cause for a lot of speculation. Assuming it was a sequel instead of a prequel, people figured that maybe you bought it from the auction at the end of FNAF 3. But who would want these in their house? Maybe you were playing as the son of Purple Guy. Well, also revealed that
you are!
Each door had a screen. You could run around the room, and there was even a view of a hallway with Plush Trap. People speculated that this would mean it was similar to the fan game Five Nights at Wario's, where each night you are in a different part of the house. But all of these questions would be answered when, as usual, Scott Cawthon released the game ahead of schedule, July 23rd, 2015.
You know that's good for him. That he like sets
time,
a realistic goal and then once
really
it's done, releases it early.
Gameplay-wise. No longer did you have the power of industrial electronics to fend them off. Only a weak flashlight and your creaky doors. Before we get into the gameplay loop, which does change at times, let's talk about the aspects of the gameplay. That's right, movement. The first game to really have any sort of movement. You have a few places you can move to in your room. First, the center of your room. Here is where you can choose what part of your room you want to move to. You can go in front of you, you can swipe down to look behind you, or click on your left or right. Your closet is in front of you where you can use the light and hold the door closed. On either side of you, you can run up to the doors and look down the hall. You can hold the doors closed here too and use the light. And then, looking behind you, you can see your bed. Your two lines of defense in this game are your flashlight and the doors. Unfortunately for you though, you can't just press a button to close these doors. You have to actively be there holding them closed yourself. Their default state is open. The light works much like FNAF 2, just using control to shine it. The doors keep the animatronics out, and the light scares them away. Now once again, these things change depending on the night, but mainly this is what you'll be dealing with. Now let's talk about the main characters. The main characters
I've seen some major
Chica, Freddy, and Foxy.
like FNAF
Bonnie and
memes,
Chica come to either
research.
the left or right door, respectively.
Like, there's this one
If you
meme
can catch them in the
about
hallway with your flashlight, you can hold them off for a moment.
there being
However,
8,000
don't get too
animatronics
overzealous with
in
your
Disney.
light. If they're too close and you shine it, they'll jump scare you. That's the main way you'll die.
And then they were like,
So
oh,
how do you tell if
the
they're
night
close
guard
enough?
in Disney
Listen
World.
for their breathing. I know, it's weird.
And it's just going so fast, going chicka 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 chicka, chicka chicka chicka
So
chicka.
you open the door, listen for breathing. If you hear it, hold the door closed. If you don't, shine your light to scare them off. They don't just jump scare you from the doors though. If you let them come in, they can kill you too, either Bonnie attacking you in your room or Chica sending in the cupcake. I don't know. Freddy works in a very different way. Checking on your bed, these little evil Freddy plushes slowly begin to pile up over time. Shining your light on them scares them away. If too many pile up, Freddy will come out from under your bed and jump scare you. Honestly, I think there's a real missed opportunity here for you to actually see Freddy under your bed, but these Freddles are pretty scary anyway. And Foxy. He moves back and forth around the halls too. However, he doesn't jump scare you from the door, and when he gets in, he doesn't kill you either. Instead, he hides in the closet, which you will be notified of by this little animation. From here, he has a few different phases, first being a plush, and then becoming a monster, until he finally climbs out of your closet. You can check his phase by using the flashlight for a moment, and hold the door closed to make him slowly move back in phases. So despite not having a camera or a maintenance panel to deal with, there's all these different complementary aspects of gameplay that mean you'll always be on the move. With that, let's look at the main gameplay loop. Now there are many different strategies people use to beat this game. Some of it relies on memorizing exactly what certain sound cues mean, some of it relies on mechanically going back and forth in an exact loop, but all of them use at least a few of the same aspects. Check the doors. Bonnie and Chica are always going to be the most imminent threat, and keeping Foxy at bay by shining the light before he gets in will only make your life easier. In between almost every other action you do, check the bed. While Freddy may be the person you die to the least, if you let him sneak up on you and forget, you're in for a rude surprise. And check Foxy regularly. Like Freddy, making sure to check on him every few actions is very important. There's a few things that we haven't talked about yet. First, fun with Plush Trap. In between nights, you get a chance to skip 2 hours in the next night by completing a minigame. You are sitting at one end of a hall with a plush version of Springtrap from the third game sitting on a chair. It will only move if you have the lights off. A timer ticks down and your goal is to stop Plushtrap on this X before the time runs out. Only problem is, if Plushtrap gets too close, you get jump scared and fail. If the time runs out, you fail. This would seem hard, but thanks to the dedicated community, you can beat it pretty easily by following specific times to use your flashlight that they trial and errored. The other time it gets different is on night 5. You run around from door to door, looking behind you, expecting to see some Freddles or hear some breathing, but there's nothing. Instead, after a moment, you hear this. And that's when you know some shit is going down. There's only one animatronic in the house, Fredbear, Golden Freddy. He can appear anywhere, either door, behind you in the bed, in the closet. The only way to keep track of him is using the sounds of his footsteps moving quickly back and forth, or the sound of his laughter. If he laughs, he's in your room somewhere, on your bed or in your closet. If he's in the closet, shut the door. If he's on your bed, shine the light on him. You can check him at the door with the flashlight, but be careful. Looking too long or flashing the light too many times will activate his jump scare. This use of turning the gameplay upside down completely on the last night creates a sense of panic rarely seen in other games.
That's always so creative.
What the frick?
I should also mention that in night 3, there's an extras menu that unlocks cheats, a gallery, and more, the more difficult nights you beat. Night 5, the Night 6, Nightmare mode, and the Secret 2020 mode, which we'll talk about later. We also got some interesting behind the scenes stuff looking at how some of the models were created. Oh, and Night 6. It starts like a normal night, except really difficult. But at 4 AM, it changes to a harder version of Night 5, except instead of Nightmare Fredbear, it's a new character simply known as Nightmare.
Oh my gosh.
Visually, this game changed the pace the most out of any game so far. Now, there was a lot of differences in the visuals, but there was always a through line in the previous 3 games, a security office. However, just from the menu alone, which is amazing by the way, you can tell we're in a completely different environment.
Oh.
The location of a house brought the game series into the realm of haunted house media like Poltergeist and The Conjuring. The visual of the menu also helps a lot with the world building. Even though we see a relatively small portion of the actual house inside,
I might go nap,
just
actually.
by seeing the house here, we get a sense of the actual space the world exists in. The room in which the main game takes place is pretty good at creating
maybe
a
my
very certain
nausea will
atmosphere.
go away if
Old
I rest.
wallpaper,
If
plush
I actually get
carpet,
some rest
toys lying
today.
on the ground, a lava lamp, photos, and stars plastered on the wall. Creates a real feeling of nostalgia, almost melancholy, which is emphasized by the music, but we'll get into that later. Another thing to note is all the little homages to certain staples of the game. A robot toy, a toy phone, a fan. From the hallways outside the door to the
Okay,
fun
but
with plush
maybe after this entire video,
big and
or
empty. Of being
after
small,
the segment.
not just
I'll see how I
emphasizing the
feel.
fact that you're a child, but that you really aren't in control. The animatronics loose in the house really have a sense of scale because of how open and empty the house feels. You get the feeling that there's nobody else in the house to help, no parents to run to, no one else the animatronics are after. It's just you. And here we are again. I'm gonna be 100% honest, the nightmare animatronics are not scary at all. The teaser art made it look pretty cool, but especially in-game, there's absolutely no fear factor when it comes to actually seeing them. In fact, sometimes when I see them at the end of the hall, I just get relieved. As with the other games, the more that they go over the top and try and one-up the last game, they lose the feeling of the uncanny valley that made them scary in the first place. Now, there's something to be said about how they match with the canon and the lore of the game, but when it comes to just seeing them in-game, there really isn't any fear factor, and some parts, like the cupcake jump scare, make me lose all tension. On some more specific notes, I feel like Nightmare Freddy really got the short end of the stick here. His design is a little bland, especially when compared to Nightmare Fredbear or Nightmare Foxy. Also, a note on Nightmare Foxy. Foxy clearly had the design change of removing the big spiky tongue, which for a long time was speculated to be to deter the more undesirable fan art. I think it was later stated by Scott to be just that it was harder to animate. Alright, even with all of my criticism of the visuals, this is the only Five Nights at Freddy's game that still scares me. Even though the characters themselves don't look that scary, it's the fact that you see so little of them that really adds to it. The only time that you get to see them is after you're already dead. The mix of wide open spaces, panicked gameplay, and silence adds up to create something that still scares me even so many years after its release. Where the visuals may have lacked, the audio is amazing. It is the best in the series, and it's really makes up and carries the entire game. From the creepy chorus-like menu music to the dark droney ambience to the creepy footsteps and the barely audible breathing, it brings it all together and makes it legitimately terrifying. Just listen.
Low ambience.
It feels almost too real while elevating the level of dread and fear. But let's get into a little more detail. The ambience actually has a lot of different pieces. There's the drone in the background and the reverberating bells, but there are a lot of little touches that build the atmosphere and make it seem like there's actually a world outside of the house. The grandfather clock chiming, a dog barking outside, or the distant sound of wind chimes. It gives a lot of depth to the soundscape, and I think it's the scariest background ambience of any FNAF game. In contrast, the fun with Plush Trap ambience is a little more focused and overt with its churning, almost water-like background ambience. This really separates it from the main gameplay, but the two still feel very connected. There's a lot of different sounds that act as components to the gameplay. From the creak of the door to the jump scare to the treadles and the breathing. The jump scare, much like the animatronics, is a little over the top and monstrous. It definitely doesn't feel very robotic, but I suppose
10
that
minutes.
fits
Okay,
the
I'm
plot.
gonna
It also
finish this
fits with
segment
the
and
other
then go take a nap.
non-robotic aspect, the breathing.
Nap time.
Interestingly, the breathing you hear in this game is not exactly what it sounded like when the game first released. The audio was originally too quiet, so the volume was increased in a later update. Okay, I could talk about the audio forever here, but for the sake of time, I want to talk about one more aspect. Nightmare Fredbear's voice. In Five Nights at Freddy's 1,
Hungry and afraid to run.
Crying, but in
Hello, welcome readers.
Evil and sinister. Not only is it lore relevant, there's an aspect to it that is really unique.
Hi guys.
When I was younger, I would have these recurring nightmares about
Oh
these
god.
two
Hi,
siblings coming into my room and debating whether or not they were gonna kill me. And the older
welcome
brother sounded
everyone from
exactly like this.
T's stream. I'm BeetuberBEA, but for the rest of this stream, I am your lovely Jaster. This one is currently stuck. Yeah. And thank you for your raid, T. And with that raid, you've extended the timer an additional hour. I hope your stream was good, and I'm not gonna like try to keep you down. So, hi and bye.
So there's that sort of unique aspect that makes it extra creepy to me.
Alright, let me extend the timer real quick. We're
Unlike
at
the other
55
games,
hours now. We're taking our break right now because my nausea's kind of going nuts.
Instead, the game opens with a countdown, 5 days until the party. And here we go. So before
Okay.
the start of
Well,
each
hi.
night, you are thrown
Bye.
into a mini game, counting down the days until the party.
Alright.
In these mini games, you play as this crying child, tormented by his brother and
I am
guided by this creepy
implying
Fred
a
Durst.
hungry imp may
We
eat you,
learn that
lol.
this kid is terrified of the animatronics and apparently
Hello,
witnessed something
hello.
terrifying.
Why
You
is this?
soon learn that this
There we
party
go.
is this kid's party. After you
Sometimes
beat
it
night
gets
5,
stuck.
it's the day
So
of the
I
party.
just
The older brother
gets
and his bully friends
medicine.
further torment the crying child until...
I guess I can. I can take some meds, but like at the same time, like I'm still recovering from the cold. So what I'm gonna try to do is I might turn in early today and then see how I feel tomorrow. If I still feel nauseated tomorrow and I still feel like a cold still on, then I'll take meds. And then next week, if my condition does not get any better, I'll have to put a pause to streaming as a whole and go into a walk-in clinic. And then the following week I have work, so it's gonna be a pain. It's gonna be a pain. Oh, and as always, send pictures of your food. I always enjoy seeing it. I hope your stream was good and you got a lot of work done. I'm assuming it was work. But, oh, and, let me know if you end up playing Deepest Sleep. I kind of want to be there for that. Or if you already played it, then please let me know that the VOD is up. I need to see your reaction to the deepest part. Especially since you were like, oh, it's not scary. Like, I don't know, man. The Deepest Sleep is not bad. It's kind of scary. It's kind of spooky silly. Okay.
And so, at least for the time being, we figured out...
Okay, Becky.
Until the 1983 date came up, but whatever.
You did not finish it? Oh, okay. Were you too scared? I'm too scared.
Exactly is
I heard that, I heard you, like, brought in Dexy, and I was like, oh, okay, then they finished it. That's good. But I didn't know if you finished Deeper or Deepest. Because if I remember correctly, when I played it, Deepest scared me to the point that, like, I had nightmares.
Phone call can be heard sometimes in the ambience. Some people have pointed out that this is where the bite of 87 is first mentioned, further putting the focus of the game on this. In one area,
I see.
you can double back and see a purple guy helping someone with a
Next
spring
is good
monster.
comfort. I had them hop in for mortuary assistant.
Behind you are items on your bedside table that will change.
That's
Flowers,
good.
a bottle of pills, and an
I gotta
if you're not looking in the heat
I gotta
of
organize a Ghost Squad soon though, because I need to get everyone who's a coward to play Phasmo.
of Scott and his family. And then there's 2020 mode. By going into
Okay.
the extras menu,
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. What do you mean?
extra and hard now,
You can play it like as a side thing, as a side
I know what you're
hustle.
thinking. There's something else, something missing, and you're right. There is
Hiding.
one last thing. After beating Nightmare Mode, you get a screen of a box. The box.
Okay, this box never opens, right?
No way to open it. There were countless attempts, even into the source code to find out. After a while, the text appears on screen. Perhaps some things are best left forgotten, for now. And so it began.
Hiding.
This is the mother load of theories, so we'll get to that last.
So yes.
For now, it's
That's a
pretty
pro.
much the usual
Alright.
stuff.
Bet.
The fan song, Break My Mind, slaps so hard. Fan games.
I will
there was a
organize
really
it
cool
good.
Iron Horse Cinema, Five Nights at Freddy's.
It might be next week, depending on how I feel.
The hate train for Five Nights at Freddy's really picked up.
And then, as a side note, I also need to get a pro team. I need to get a pro team and the coward team. Okay, bye!
More recently as like a meme.
Have a good eating. Bye bye.
The first game I ever actually finished. And Scott Cawthon also made a Halloween update. There was a lot of debate
Even the video sale.
Story, but Scott clarified that it was largely non-canon.
Okay, if you're gonna compliment T, go shove the bits in her chat.
Insane.
Gosh.
So I'll break it up into 4 points. The bite, the main story, the box, and of course,
The dream theory.
The bite.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Explanation for this bite scene is that
I
it's
take
the
it
bite
back.
of 87. But the entire thing was thrown into question with the 1983 Easter egg. There were two ways to interpret this. This was actually a separate byte called the byte of 83, or this was the byte of 87, and the 1983 date was the date of Fredbear's founding.
But there's 2 bytes.
Oh, Daddy! I have no idea what the more accepted
What? Maggie! Thank you for the 100 biddies!
87 makes the most sense because Scott was literally telling us it was the source code earlier.
Just chill.
And again, it wouldn't be the first retcon in the series, so there's that. Okay, so the main story. How exactly does this all fit in? Well, most people generally
also know
believe
you.
that this was the old location Phone Guy talked about before FNAF 2, and in between FNAF 2 location and the location seen in the Save Him minigame. But when exactly this took place was still up for debate. 1983 or 1987. There was also theories about who we were actually
No chill,
playing
just
as.
cute.
A very
Shut!
popular theory that we weren't the crying child victim at all.
Close your mouth. Close your mouth, Hale.
Seeing imagery of the hospital room of his
Nope.
brother whose death was his fault.
Chill, Jasper. We chillin'. I'm too nauseous to yell at you right now.
Finally, Fredbear confronts him in the final night.
I'm honestly, I'm patting myself on the back, but I'm a little proud that I managed to beat Resident Evil 2 while being nauseous. It's kind of why I felt okay pulling out the rocket launcher and just kind of going at it, because it was not easy.
And ending it by saying some things are best left forgotten forever. To be honest, as the game moved on, the boss.
Thank you for the gift sub, Anon, and beating one. I hope you enjoy your emotes, courtesy of Anon.
Like this on the books.
I was holding my breath. I was holding my breath and making sure that nothing was happening, but hey, there we go. It's up now.
We didn't really know much about the games. There's plenty of theories and ideas thrown out, most of which weren't exactly
God,
groundbreaking
Mark's
or
hair is like that is just not great. Danny, thank you for the gift sub to T. T_time. I hope you enjoy your emotes, courtesy of Dandelion Merchant, in both meanings of the word.
See, this is why I bring him here. I
Like,
never thought of
makers of the animatronics. Like, are there 2 people that made them?
Dude, you hit the nail on the head.
There are.
Hell.
Your location just established that. Because there are.
Thank you for the 100 videos.
Moments like that, these moments of sudden realization where pieces start coming together and you have this light bulb go off that I think perfectly captures why the theory community grew so big. It's these aha moments. Speaking of aha moments, the dream theory. During a stream by Matt Pat with some of the biggest theorists in the community at the
You
time,
guys are sweet.
Scott Cawthon began live updating his
Get your
site to
bits out my
communicate
face!
with them. All of these questions and hints led to this little moment.
Here's a weird. This is weird, okay? But
Oh, there he is.
jumped to my mind.
Matt Pat.
Is it possible? Again,
Hey!
completely off the wall. Is it possible that FNAF 2 didn't actually happen?
Oh, Daddy!
Similar to FNAF 4, which takes place
Why do you have
inside
game
the
money?
mind of a child. You know, is it possible that FNAF 2 also took place in the mind of a child? You know, maybe again this tortured boy
Hey!
also thinks
Hey!
the element of putting on a mask. You know, you have a child maybe putting on a mask, or you have the brother who has shown himself to regularly put on a mask. You know, again, without having any time.
And so began the dream theory. For a full explanation, watch Matt Pat's video. But I remember the feeling.
Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna do a cotton candy routine where you can stick cotton candy on me.
Could be explained.
And at the end of every day, I'll take off all the cotton candy, and then you can stick more on.
And it sounds kind of insane thinking about it now, but part of me really felt at the time like this was a good thing. We had finally solved everything, and most parts at the time seemed to fit. I just had the sense that the story had been solved. What a naive little shithead I was.
Actually, I'm gonna make that redeem right
Where
now.
does this game land?
1 second.
I'll probably get some shit for this, but I'm putting it in B tier. A lot of people think that I've seen at least that it's one of the worst games in the whole series, but like I said, it's one of the only ones that.
You gonna buy some cotton?
And yes, the visuals are great. And yes, that is sort of when the story started going downhill.
Danny, please.
The audio is really great. It's still really scary. And
Okay.
even with all of the other stuff, I think it deserves to be at least on the same level as Five Nights at Freddy's 3. And so would
So bad.
the most different, the most insane. If you thought Five Nights at Freddy's 4 was different, you haven't seen anything yet. FNAF World.
Okay, what's it good about? Let's do 500. It's like a 20-year-long webcomic.
Today we're continuing our Five Nights at Freddy's retrospective series. Today, FNAF World. This game is the most different out of any Five Nights at Freddy's game.
500, right? 500 seems good.
I mean, it's better, but it definitely changed.
It's like every, what is it? Like every couple minutes you get 300?
After FNAF 4, the classic thank you image was uploaded on Scott's site. Basically, all of the characters waving and saying thank you. It seemed like it was a real send-off to the game. However, people then started noticing something changing. Certain characters' designs looking slightly different, more cartoony. And this culminated in the reveal of the name, FNAF World. With a few interruptions for FNAF 4's game theory stream and some Halloween update stuff, we had revealed all of the new designs for this FNAF World project. And then, of course, the trailer. Creepy. Eerie.
I love the thank you to go yes. What?
A cartoon turn-based RPG. Okay then. And the Mangle using a ping pong paddle for some reason. I don't remember a lot of theories of substance surrounding these reveals besides it possibly just being another prank game. It was just so odd, it didn't really make a lot of sense. So I guess we can move on, because January 21st, 2016, FNAF World was released. Now you might think we'd move right on to gameplay, but things were a little complicated and controversial with the release of FNAF World. Unlike what was shown in the trailer, the overworld was just simple 8-bit art. The game had a variety of other issues, being generally unstable and unfinished. It originally cost $10, which was more than any other FNAF game. So people were disappointed. But what Scott did next, I think, shows that he was a developer of integrity. He offered refunds to everyone who had bought it, removed it from Steam, and later, in February of 2016, he released an updated, finished version on GameJolt. This time with the 3D overworld and many of the issues fixed. And so that's the version we're going to be talking about. Let's go.
Oh.
It would be stupid to compare this gameplay to the gameplay of any other FNAF game. It's a turn-based RPG. But also, I don't really know a lot on time. May 13th, 2016. For most of this, I want to talk about the clock ending and what the community really thinks it means. But first, let's talk about some of the simpler stuff, general audience reception and things like that. Firstly, a lot of YouTubers known for playing Five Nights at Freddy's, like Markiplier, for instance, decided not to play this game, and I can't blame them.
Okay, bye, Vicky. Good night.
Freddy's game is different than the appeal of FNAF World. FNAF World is not scary, and it's also not super long, so there's not a lot of investment you can get out of it. It's more of a joke, fun game, and so I guess I understand why the release was a bit rocky. On a more personal note, watching Razbowski play this game inserted the term "pop it on the go" into my general lexicon for 2 years. Okay,
what's pop it on the go?
What does the clock ending mean? Well, the first and most obvious connection would be the Fredbear plush and the line, you know, from Five Nights at Freddy's 4, "I will put you back together." And there is a connection there, but first, let's talk about what each of the clock minigames mean. The main theory concluded by the community was that each of these clock minigames corresponded to a secret minigame in FNAF 3. Specifically, the hints on how you get to these minigames. Different things
I'm not horny. I'm good.
Double click. The arcade button code, the cupcakes, the code, and Shadow Bonnie. Now think about the line, "I will put you back together." That's FNAF 4, the bite victim. Now think about what happens at the end of the Happiest Day minigame. The children gather together to help free the soul of the Golden Freddy victim. I think you can see where I'm going here. Due to the
but I am, and I want to art. Okay, art.
When Fredbear said, "I will put you back
as you
together"
should
in Five Nights at Freddy's 4, he meant it in a very fourth wall breaking way. He literally goes to the player through FNAF World to put in place the hints that lets the Five Nights at Freddy's 3 player, not the night guard, the player who actually plays the games, be able to discover the Happiest Day ending, therefore putting him back together. It's weird how it's almost canon in a way, but super meta, like the Fredbear plush knows that he's in a game. Really weird. Now, I want to be clear here, it's not 100% confirmed that this is what all of this means. This just seemed to be the general.
Did you commission some mecha furry art?
And at least for update 1,
well, I'll tell you this now, it won't be very good, but I mean, yeah.
So So where does the game?
I
go
know
from here?
Judy can
Well,
pump that
despite
shit
all the
out.
good things I've said about it, when we're rating it on a scale like the other games, it really doesn't hold up as well.
On the other side of the
At least for
jester hat.
Update
Okay,
1,
okay.
Even though I
What
enjoyed
color
it,
do you
I have
want?
to be honest and put it in C
I got
tier.
green,
The
pink, and
story for
blue.
Update 1 was really not that important in the grand scheme of things, and the game had a bit of a rocky start when it was released. So I think C tier is a perfect place for it. It's
No,
just
Winnie.
average.
Yeah, you mecha.
So, Scott Cawthon's website. Instead of teasing a new game, he teased a book, Five Nights at Freddy's: The Untold Story. And I would like to talk about this at some point. Maybe when I'm done looking at all of the games, I can look at
Making
the
these
first trilogy,
nuts.
the Silver Eyes trilogy. But for now, we're just going to talk about the game. So ignoring the book for now, the next game that was teased was FNAF World Update 2.
It's a vicious cycle, you know. But then most things in life are. The pendulum swings one way, then it swings the other. Now, we return to darkness. Something terrible is coming.
Alright, FNAF World Update 2. If you didn't think things could get even weirder, you're about to be proven wrong. I want to bring up some background though, for Update 2 and just for the game before its initial release. Scott Cawthon was not originally a horror game developer. He was an RPG developer, and he's been making games for a long time. Since 1995 with the game Floppy Disk, he made a whole series called
Jesus
RPG
Christ.
Max, Dino
Legacy of
and
Flan.
the Legacy of Flan games, including a multiplayer Legacy of Flan and the online MMORPG Flanville. I could keep going forever. He has made so many games before FNAF. But let's just say FNAF World was not
that's
a new
insane.
venture for Scott. With that in mind, let's move on. I want to mention that after the first FNAF World teasers were done, there was a new site that was created called FNAFworld.com. This will be important as we move on to other retrospective series, so keep that in mind. For teasers, it was pretty simple, with the exception of one. Update 2, coming soon. The additions of the FNAF 4 Halloween characters, and in the corner, Foxy, JJ, and Chica in airplanes in the background. Then, on April 1st, Scott Cawthon set a teaser for a new game, FNAF 57, Freddy in Space. Obviously,
Oh
this
my
is just
God.
an April Fool's joke, but keep it in mind. Then we were back to the original teaser with new text, 5/13/16. With the release now set, the stage was set,
no pun intended,
for something new. But as a game, FNAF World Update 2 was in a weird spot. At the time of its release, there was another Scott Cawthon project being teased on ScottGames.com, the book had been released,
Oh my
and the movie had
gosh.
been announced. There were tons of other teasers and hints to all sorts of other projects coming around the same time, and so people weren't sure exactly what connected to what, and it wasn't exactly clear how Update 2 was going to come out. We just have to wait until release. And strangely, it released on time, May 13th, 2016.
You know what? I need some proper. Oh, fucking Christ! The 8-hour variant.
Electronics. Every night you hear a recorded message from the previous nighttime guard over the phone, which led the community to dub this character Phone Guy. Phone Guy explains that the animatronics have to walk around occasionally to prevent their servos from locking up, and that they can't do it during the day because in the past letting them walk around was like the 7, in which someone lost the frontal lobe of their brain. The animatronics have some level of artificial intelligence, and Phone Guy says that if they see you, they'll probably think you're an endoskeleton in need of a mascot suit. So they'll drag you to the back room and stuff you into a spare suit, which would kill you. The game, then, is to survive until 6 AM by warding off characters and protecting yourself from them using strategy and techniques that you learn through trial and error, with some hints from Phone Guy. You survive 5 nights, get a paycheck, and the game ends. That's the basis of Five Nights at Freddy's.
175.
Creepy atmosphere and some subtle lore.
175.
It's the perfect game to play for a YouTube channel. It's one thing to play the game. And
That's my price.
Each night and best each animatronic.
Okay,
But when
Rain.
you get frustrated every time you die because you just don't know why. The game is not great at communicating exactly what you're supposed to be doing, which led.
We're at 95. Okay. Whole timeline. think this is the one I watched as well.
Five Nights at Freddy's is a game series which has a deeper, well-hidden story about a man, his family, and the people he involved in his life. In this video, I present to you my take on that very story. Don't forget to quickly scroll down, subscribe, turn on notifications, like the video, scroll back up, and please enjoy the combination of what I put my heart, soul, and time into for the past few months.
I present to you the story of a loving, obsessive father who slowly descended into madness and along the way discovered the secret to eternal life.
Wait, is this Matt
Our story
Pat?
begins not in the 1980s or even in the
Is this
1970s.
Matt Pat? No!
Five Nights at Freddy's is a game series which has a deeper, well-hidden story about a man, his family, and the people he involved. Father of two, Charlotte and... William Afton, married, a father of three children, Elizabeth, Evan, and Michael, began a business with his good friend Henry Emily, married, a father of two, Charlotte and Sammy. Their business name was decided to be Fazbear Entertainment, and together they opened up a small restaurant called Fredbear's Family Diner, a regular diner filled with dining and party rooms. The diner's main purpose was for children's birthday parties, as they knew that's the way to profit. It might as well have been a pizzeria though, as their menu was mostly filled with a variety of pizzas and cakes for all customers to enjoy. But, unlike any other restaurant, this was run by two mechanical geniuses, probably the smartest in the world, who together agreed on an idea so genius it would have to convince more kids and adults to have their birthdays and to dine generally at this location. An idea that would drive their revenue through the roof, and unknowingly to them, an idea that would shape the future of both their lives forever. The idea was put into motion almost instantly. Their creative minds wouldn't allow for hesitation. It was time. They were ready for business and destined for success. William and Henry created two spring-lock suits that they could wear and serve customers in, but the suits could also pass as animatronics to perform for the customers on a stage. These two spring-lock suits would end up becoming the main attraction of the diner, and the two suits lived on the names Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. Business was booming. The two were receiving money from all directions. The parents loved the place. They could just chill back and eat some pizza while their children ran around and admired the animatronics. Children flocked to the diner daily to see the Springlock animatronics. If someone wanted a birthday party, this would be where they went. Due to the success of Fredbear's, a sister location opened up called Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, with
Little
Freddy,
Queenie
Bonnie, Chica,
to
and Foxy
something like
as the
that.
main stars. These four became really popular really quickly, so they ended up selling masks and merch to increase their revenue. But business doesn't change a man's mentality. William Afton may have been married, a father of three children, and thanks to Fredbear's, a wealthy man. But however his life was, he wasn't a good man. Abusive, destructive, and cruel. The one reason he is where he is today is because he is smart and a strategist. The money did nothing but grow his toxic and dangerous personality. He looked to Spring Bonnie, and then out to his pizzeria he helped create. And upon scanning the crowds, he put on the Springlock animatronic suit with a stable plan for an unstable man. Tonight, 5 children would have a birthday party they would never forget and never let go. Five children were having a grand time at a birthday party in the pizzeria until randomly the yellow Spring Bonnie came over to them, and after playing with their minds and corrupting their thoughts, the Springlock animatronic successfully lured them into the back room of the pizzeria. Unknowingly to these children, their party would end prematurely, as upon being alone with the 5 children, William pulled something from behind his back. The children were ready for a surprise he told them he had, the surprise they wanted, and the surprise they got. The knife William pulled out from behind his back went through the children's bodies. He went on a murdering spree, murdering all of them in a short amount of time. William knew exactly what he had done. The psycho gained satisfaction from this event, from the torment he had just given. But the cops would arrive soon. Their parents would notice their children were missing. He had to do something to cover his tracks. But how? While thinking of options, he stared at Fredbear and the 4 main animatronic suits him and Henry created with endoskeletons to be fully automatic, as manually wearing the suits and serving customers was becoming too much, as they had to cook, take calls, requests, and it was all getting too much for the 2 of them. So that's why they made the
No more
animatronics
hugs here!
in the first place. The animatronics looked like animals, with a brown bear, blue bunny, yellow chicken, and red fox. But to William's luck, the suits were open and empty.
William grinned, knowing exactly where he would hide the evidence of this murderous event, which causes Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria to close down. Police stormed the building after several calls, not knowing their children's whereabouts, and the staff having no clue either. Police were scavenging, searching all around the building, in all the rooms of the diner, asking everyone what they knew, trying to piece together anything they could, until they couldn't find the children's bodies anywhere, and they quickly found
No body, no crime!
the children who were just having the best party of their lives.
Right?
From the diner. William became a major
Which
suspect.
one's your favorite?
Without any bodies,
Yellow
nor
chicken.
proof, they couldn't charge him. This quickly became a missing children's incident. Satisfaction, exhilaration. That's what William felt after the murder spree and getting away with it. His mind ran wild with ideas. What if,
Like
what
the,
if he made suits specifically to contain people inside of them?
Piss
Not
man?
spring-lock suits like him
Boy,
and Henry used.
lady.
The animatronic suits would leave
Angry.
enough space to fit humans into them. They couldn't contain adults because they might be too tall, too big. There would be way too much individuality between adults. But children? Most of them would be the same height, same size. A little bit bigger wouldn't be too much of a problem since they would still be rather small. William already killed 5 children and knew exactly how to lure them out, so he knew where to go next. With the goal of capturing children in mind, he made a new animatronic, Circus Baby, a blue-eyed, red hair, clown animatronic with an inbuilt scooper to grab, pull, and then trap children inside of itself. William adds that
she can dance, she can sing. She's equipped with a built-in helium tank for inflating balloons right
Wow.
at her lips. She can take song requests. She can even dispense ice cream.
Ice cream! I'm in!
Long talk with Henry. William opened up a small restaurant on the side, under his personal
Toy
business
chicken
name,
from the second game.
Animatronic.
No!
Food and drink as Fredbear's, but with the addition of ice cream. And with this, Circus Baby's Pizza World opens. William programmed Circus Baby so she would not kill or trap in front of crowds, nor with adults, but only in a one-on-one situation with a child. And William knew that the animatronic had to contain some sort of artificial consciousness. So how would he get that? William's wife and children would occasionally visit the 2 locations, admiring William and Henry's work. Animatronics were unique, creative, and unheard of in this day of age. Evan liked to watch William work on the animatronics and would regularly watch William work on the 4 animal suits, which Evan actually got early access to plush copies of. Elizabeth Afton, though, she desperately wanted to see Circus Baby every time she visited. It looked like her, and it was the first girly animatronic that had been ever made, with the others being Fredbear and Sprung Bunny, which were still working at Fredbear's family diner. William always said no to Elizabeth. He knew deep down that Circus Baby would recognize his daughter as a child and would quite possibly kill her. Elizabeth kept asking,
Daddy, why won't you let me play with her? Daddy, you let the other children go see her. Why won't you let me go?
Yeah, hand me the one that says all the books.
She's so pretty and shiny. Didn't you make her just for me? Daddy, she can make balloons. Have you seen her make balloons? Oh, Daddy, let me go to her.
no, was always the
No.
answer. William took no risk. His own
Would you
daughter
read
dying
the
to his
FNAF
creation
comic
was not
books?
an option on the
Baby!
table. So he always took Elizabeth away from the animatronic and distanced her from the clutches of Circus Baby. But one night, while William was busy with a party of people coming into the restaurant,
Alright. That's 3 hours long. I'll finish this one first.
Elizabeth snuck away from William and went to finally see Circus Baby. Stubbornness, ignorance, and arrogance. 3 words which would perfectly describe Elizabeth's actions as she headed towards the animatronic. Circus Baby watched this little girl run with excitement and started to dispense ice cream, a luring tactic, something she had never done.
Why'd you pull that ice cream out from? Ayo, 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 ayo. No, 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 no. Pause, pause, pause. Why'd you pull that fucking shit out from? Stick it on the cuff? Like, where? Okay. Like, what color do you want?
Words, a question, a moment of realization. Elizabeth died as a direct result of William's actions. She was inside Circus Baby's suit, her screams covered by the children running back into the room with excitement. William came with his party of children and wondered where his own went. He looked around and remembered Elizabeth's words.
Oh, Daddy, let me go to her. Didn't you make her just for me?
He then looked to Circus Baby, who coldly stared back.
This was a giant mistake. William couldn't comprehend this. This wasn't meant to happen. She should have listened. No, he should have made it happen. No, she shouldn't have been so stubborn. No, yes, no. William couldn't put together a single coherent
Oh, why you said cup?
Is not going to go well. He shut the restaurant instantly, and for a whole night he looked into Circus Baby's lit green eyes. If anyone can retell this story in these events the best, it's Circus Baby herself.
I was in a small room with balloons and a few tables. No one sat at the tables, though, but children would run in and out. I would
There you
always
go.
count the children. I'm not sure why. I was always acutely aware of how many there were in the room with me. I can do something special. Did you know that? I can make ice cream. Although I only did it once. There were 4,
No
then
worries.
3, then 2, then 1. Something happened when there was 1. A little girl standing by herself. I was no longer myself, and I stopped singing. My stomach opened, and there was ice cream. I couldn't move, at least, not until she stepped closer. There was screaming for a moment, but only for a moment. Then other children rushed in again, but they couldn't hear her over the sounds of their own excitement. I still hear her sometimes. Why did that happen?
William. William was why that happened. All William could think of was his darling daughter, now lost to his own creation. Immediately, he tells Evan and Michael to no longer visit any animatronics that are offline or on, especially not alone. There was no chance he would let another child of his be lost to any one of his creations. William knew Michael was old enough that the animatronics wouldn't kill him, although he still warned him away. But William must have raised his children wrong, as Evan becomes stubborn and decides to go to Fredbear's family diner either way, obviously without his father's permission. But unknowingly to Evan, William knew about this. He's the co-owner of the restaurant Evan was sneaking off to. Of course he would know. So knowing that stubbornness, ignorance, and arrogance caused Elizabeth's death, and seeing Evan follow in her footsteps, William crafted a plan that would hopefully stop Evan from visiting the restaurant for good. One midnight, Evan awoke to the sound of someone walking down his bedroom halls. Evan hopped out of bed and ran towards his door, opening it slightly, and he saw a nightmarish version of the animatronics he watched William build. Evan slammed the door shut, and after hearing more footsteps, he reopened the door and the animatronic was gone, but then he heard rattling coming from his bed. William monitored Evan in an underground location he was yet to open to the public or anyone. He made sound illusion discs, which employ a high-pitched frequency just outside of the normal range of a human hearing. This frequency is used to overload the human brain, changing the listener's perception of whatever the emitter wants them to see. He used this to create illusions of animatronics that he knew Evan had seen, to make sure Evan never went back to Fredbear's. William knew Evan would think these were nightmares that he could strangely remember, but William made sure all of it actually happens to Evan when he's awake, so he remembers them more quickly to keep the fear level raised. He would make sure the illusions disappear at 6 AM each night, a time which Evan would begin to treasure. During the day, Evan would go to Fredbear's slightly more scared each time. William's plan was working. Michael, Evan's older brother, unknowingly to himself, was actually helping William during all of this, continuously scaring Evan with a foxy mask. William saw this as an okay thing to do and allowed this to happen during the daytime, as it would help Evan be more afraid to go back to Fredbear's. William encouraged Michael to do this, and he would be monitoring what Michael does through the eyes of a plush Fredbear. But Michael didn't do it for the same reasons as William. He did it because he was a bad brother. Michael organized Evan's birthday party to be at Fredbear's, and he told all the kids in town about it. After Evan talks to the kids, he goes inside his house to find William and talk to him about it. But Michael gets him first and scares him again with the foxy mask. Michael knew that he could get Evan inside the diner if he really wanted to, by just being himself, the bad brother. Michael would have to bully Evan inside the diner for his party. So he gave it a try the next day to make sure he could, and by the end of it, he ended up locking Evan inside the back room of the diner for a few minutes. After letting Evan out to run and cry back home, Michael knew what had to happen the next day for his party. Evan would be more scared than ever to go back after today, and maybe not even Michael could bully him into the diner. So Michael thought for a long time and planned his next moves as the night fell.
Damn.
Michael brought 3 friends along. If Michael himself couldn't bully Evan to the diner, maybe 3 more bullies just like him could. They did exactly that. They forced Evan into the diner for his party. Evan pleaded to them all, saying he wants to leave, but Michael only suggested Evan got closer to the 2 Springlock suits. He knew getting Evan face to face with the animatronic would scare Evan the most, so they all picked Evan up from the ground and carried him. Evan was shaking like crazy, pleading to them all that he didn't want to go. He didn't want to be them. But they kept walking closer and closer to Fredbear and Spring Bonnie until they were right in front of their stage. Michael suggested Evan wants to kiss Fredbear, so the 4 of them moved Evan off of their arms and they forced his head and half his body to be inside of Fredbear's mouth. For Michael, this was the best he could do to scare Evan, have him right inside the thing he feared the most. Evan was crying and shaking like he never had before, and Michael even felt some form of sympathy for him. And they watched it happen right in front of them, and they laughed. One thing that no one knew besides William and Henry about the Springlock suits, which Evan was now trapped inside the mouth of, were that Springlock failures could occur. These would happen when the locks that are holding the endoskeleton in the folded position to allow a human to be in the suit break. This causes the endoskeleton to spring into its usual position, and anyone caught inside the suit when this happens will be impaled and crushed. The second way these accidents can occur is when an employee
Hey, language, Winnie, language.
causing them to burst on the person inside.
What happened to my son cussing like this? What the fuck?
Injuries to other staff and themselves.
Saying piss?
Poured onto Fredbear's Springlock suit, which caused the Springlocks.
Also, if your pee is that yellow, you need to drink water.
Causing Fredbear to spring
Alright,
into
guys.
its usual position, which intended Fredbear's
Pee
mouth
check.
so Fredbear's mouth shut with Evan inside of it, causing Fredbear to break Evan's skull and cause fatal damage to his head. Fredbear essentially bit down onto him in the span of a second.
No!
Michael and his friends watched as blood dripped from the suit. William instantly heard about what happened and rushed to the diner. It was panic, a mad scramble to save Evan from death. The ambulance, police, anything you could think of, all rushed to the diner, and Evan was sent to hospital immediately. William had no time to blame Michael nor himself. They went to the hospital and watched as Evan was in a coma. Throughout Evan's coma, he had one repeating, seemingly endless nightmare. It was like the nights he had just been going through this past week. He started at his bed and tried to survive being hunted by nightmarish animatronics. But this was different. Everywhere the usual animatronics would be was something he had never seen before. Something he feared the most. And something he was changed by forever. It was a nightmarish version of Fredbear. After a long day of waiting, William brings in the Fredbear plush he used to monitor Evan, and after resting the plush next to him, William is given the news that Evan will be dead shortly. William holds Evan's hands, the same way the Fredbear plush was in his other. Within Evan's coma, the clock rung 6 a.m. He shut his eyes and reopened them to see the plush Fredbear, who was like his closest friend, and the 4 plush animatronics behind it. In the real world, Michael said his goodbyes first. Can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me. I'm sorry. Michael left William to be alone with Evan. William said his final words to Evan, saying, "You're broken. We are still your friends. Do you still believe that? I'm still here. I will put you back together." And William cried while holding Evan and the Fredbear plush. Within Evan's coma, he watched the Fredbear plush disappear in front of him and cried for one more time before shutting his eyes. William got up and walked out of the room, hearing the sound of Evan's own heartbeat flatline.
Damn.
Fredbear's family diner closes instantly. The police still suspect William for the missing children's incident, which causes Henry to consider cutting ties with William while continuing the Fazbear brand. William has lost 2 of his children to his own creations, causing his wife to become emotionally unstable, leaving him. And with all of this, William begins his descent into madness.
Like he wasn't already? What do you mean? He murders children! You're telling me he begins his descent into madness? He was already deep in there! What?
So many days is yet to come. Too many times.
How can you tell it's a wife? Because it's pink. He was being goofy at the beginning, but it's for real now.
Despite the name,
The anime
hurricanes are
arc.
the leading cause of death of the children of Hurricane Utah. This small remote city surrounded by mountains.
God, that mic quality be crunchy. Alright, guys, who has a better mic quality, me or this guy?
Where did all those children really go? Most importantly, what's next for Fazbear's Entertainment? Henry Emily thought for days, weeks, months. How could our business possibly come back?
Thank you. What? Money?
There were so many problems with the previous location.
I can't believe it.
Massively, killing William's child and being an extremely dangerous idea.
Hey, why is my son a bully? Where did I go wrong?
William Afton is still a major suspect of the missing children's incident.
Nobody's.
He would not be so quick to work with him again, so he would have to solo it. The fact that the incident even happened in the first place was bad enough. They needed more security.
Damn!
Henry thought
Throw
himself
hands.
and came up
Throw
with
hands.
one easy, seemingly simple solution. Remove the problems that distort the Fredbear name. Instead of doing it solo, Henry needed to take Fazbear Entertainment to the next level in business by creating a team. A team of hard-working managers, night shift workers, chefs, accountants, executives, and so much more. He would be able to fund this team with the profits made off of Fredbear's family diner. This new team had their first meeting and discussed what to do with the animatronics. And together, they eventually decided to move the previous animatronics, such as the work-in-progress bear, bunny, chicken, and fox, into parts and services, a new room in the new location. The company began working on new toy animatronics, which they decided would be plastic-looking animatronics which weren't Springlock suits, but a normal suit with an endoskeleton inside, with fully functional fingers, wedge-shaped feet, eyelashes, and facial appearances reminiscent of a ventriloquist doll. They also wanted to include some new, unique...
I don't like the toy variant.
They eventually created a smaller, childlike animatronic which the children could relate to. Unlike the animatronics, this is more human-looking. This animatronic held a sign in one hand, saying exactly what was being held in the other.
Oh, man.
This animatronic was called Balloon Boy. Now only two problems remain: William and security, which Henry vowed to solve on his own, as in his mind, only he could do it right.
I don't like you.
Upon thinking
I'm
over
throwing
several days, while his
hands.
company worked in this new location, which would be a juniors to Fredbear's, he knew William could not be attached to the company anymore. Having a man thought to be the murderer of 5 children, co-owning the restaurant, no, even being in their team, would be the worst look for the children's entertainment company with their specific demographic. So, Henry would need to sort some sort of security.
Yeah,
Some
like
sort
he
of
needs
way
to back
let
up.
everyone in,
Something's
but keep
happening
William
there.
out.
He's extra
After several nights
crunchy.
of coming up with different ideas, he eventually settled on one: a facial recognition system. If a human's eyes met with the toy animatronics, with the right designing and coding, they would be able to tell whether you were William or not. There was no doubts this wouldn't work, so Henry began making and then putting his idea into motion. Henry wanted nothing more than the safety of his customers. He wouldn't want to lose all those kids and watch all their lives be taken away. And unlike William, this brought a thought to his mind. He thought of his darling daughter Charlotte, or Charlie for short, and made sure that just in case the facial recognition failed, his daughter would be safe no matter. Henry loved showing Charlie his work and would love bringing her in the locations. But as soon as the missing children's incident occurred, he was always unsure of bringing her to the locations, or even just letting her anywhere near the creations. So, he created an animatronic that sat in a box, was held by strings like a marionette, and would specifically look out for Charlie, and protect her with security as its main priority. He called this animatronic the Puppet. Frustration, agony, instability. These emotions are what the psychotic monster that was William Afton himself felt. Elizabeth first, now Evan. His wife became unstable, but what about him? The night of Evan's death, William went back to
His
the
mic
house
gets
where
better and then worse and then better and then
the
worse.
animatronic that had murdered his son. William was filled with rage and wanted nothing more than to see Fredbear fall, so he grabbed whatever he could and began demolishing Fredbear. Ever so slightly, with each hit, the life was being drained out of the
Imagine if it gets worse into the next hour. No, I
in the
can't.
same state as the work-in-progress animatronics. Destroyed or not, the damage Fredbear caused had already been done. The damage Michael caused. William blamed Michael for
I mean, there's
taking
like
it too far, for causing
an
Evan to
hour
bleed into
left.
the suit's mouth, causing Fredbear to kill him. Hatred filled William's veins. Hatred towards Michael that went so far that William wished it were him who got killed by Fredbear. After the longest weeks of William's life, he heard news of a new location run by Fazbear's Entertainment opening, Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. Upon learning the news, his adrenaline spiked. William thought he paid for what he did to those kids with the loss of 2 of his own, so maybe now he would have some luck. This was his chance at a comeback, a a possible distraction from everything, an escape from the pain and a glimpse into the light. William drove to this new location, Henry waiting his arrival at the front door. William got out of his car and headed towards his new opportunity.
Come on, you know you can't be here. Don't make this more difficult than it has to be.
William's excitement turned into shock, his stomach screaming thanks to what felt like a gunshot.
Henry, we're the co-owners of this franchise.
William says in confusion.
Where?
William mutters.
Are you kidding me? After everything.
You mean after everything you caused, which you're responsible for, including killing those innocent kids?
William opened his mouth to deny.
Don't even. We can all see the truth in between the lines, William.
Henry, I need this. After all that's happened to me, I've suffered long enough.
You're not the victim here, William. I started this shit from scratch, with my bare fucking hands. I'm not risking
Hey,
telling all
from
the
scratch! Excuse me, you had money!
William expresses to Henry that
the business will fail without me. I need to come back.
And without hesitation, Henry sends William away once more.
Please. Just please leave the premises, old friend.
And with a misleading grin on his face, William complies. He gets into his car and drives away slowly. Henry won the argument and stands with joy as he finally sees relief that he's gotten the final problem out of the way and can now begin to move forward. William raced dangerously down the streets, fueled with rage. He thought for the entire drive home what to do next, until suddenly he got that feeling he felt ages ago, that strange, unnerving urge to kill, and within seconds William thought of the perfect target. Charlotte Emily was the daughter of Henry, and who William now wanted to get rid of. The words echoed in his head.
Everything you caused, which you're responsible for.
But now his daughter would die because of him. Frustration, agony, instability, all what Henry deserved to feel in William's mind. But unlike Fredbear's, this would be extremely difficult to kill anyone, as there's an entire new security system in place against William specifically, and to make it harder, specifically to protect his daughter. The puppet would be out of its box, keeping Charlie safe before William even got close to the door. William thought overnight, planning what he would do and how to avoid this issue with the puppet, which is when a realization popped into his head. The puppet is dependent on the box being open, so what if the box was closed shut, essentially trapping the puppet inside? William played the situation out in his head over and over. If Charlie leaves the pizzeria while the puppet is trapped inside, then who would be there to see him grabbing her and murdering her in cold blood? No one. This was when he crafted his plan and the next day put it in motion. One night, a group of bullies trapped the security puppet in its box, and coincidentally, Charlie was stuck outside Freddy's. Preparation made
Coincidentally?
Charlie tried to run away
I
to
think
find a way
not.
to escape, until a car pulled beside the alley and a man got out of it. Charlie ran to William as she knew who he was after the many times Henry and William met with her there. Charlie grinned until William pulled something from behind his back. William killed Charlie in the alleyway outside of Freddy's. Her body lay numb in the rain. He thought to dispose of the body and get rid of any evidence, but it was hailing down with the rain. The fingerprints would be cleared off, so he felt no need. So he walks away and gets into his car, driving off happier than ever. The revenge was bittersweet. Now Henry would finally pay for pushing William away and making his life even more of a hassle. The puppet knocked its box wide open and knew where Charlie had gotten to, its only mission being to protect her and bring her back inside. It went outside and tried to get to her, but kept breaking down due to the heavy rain. It found Charlie, and upon seeing its mission was a failure, it rested by her and wouldn't move. Henry couldn't find her. Neither could the police. This was all too familiar, another missing child. Henry went to look for the puppet, her protector, and found its box pushed wide open. He then went outside and found its body lying dead on the ground. It was damaged and there was something next to it, which Henry immediately knew who it was. Henry wasn't stupid. He knew it was William who did this. Nights after he was pushed away, Henry was enraged and began thinking whether the business should close or not, but no, he would be proving William right if he did that. So instead, Henry goes on a well-deserved break and lets his team continue working on the location in his absence. This was becoming interesting for William. How many more times could he kill and get away with it? He had his eyes set on Freddy's and decided to do a rerun of his biggest killing spree, causing another missing children's incident to occur.
Okay, is this?
He knew all the odd suits were being transferred
So what
into this
was the
location,
bite of
so he
87
knew
exactly?
exactly how to enter without setting off the animatronics. The spring bunny suit. He found it in the parts and services room and put it on, and one night William roamed the building in the suit, killing another 5 kids. The puppet.
Oh. Yeah, right?
The original children killed by William back in Fredbear's were back, now possessing the work-in-progress animatronics that they were originally stuffed in, their spirits being able to stay there as long as they did thanks to their corpses attaching to the endoskeleton. Evan himself, William's child, was given a second chance in Fredbear, which William had put his body into not long ago, trying to put him back together and make his body fuse with the animatronics'. Now, with the help of the reanimated animatronics, the puppet gives the recently killed children a second chance, but this time within the toy animatronics and Balloon Boy.
Ah, yes, Atari.
This was unheard of. Animatronics coming to life, fusing dead children's souls into the suits. How did this even work? Many questions would be asked, and they would most likely be experimented on and given to the government or something huge like that. But the thing is, no one even knew. The animatronics.
Look at this thing, dude. Witness.
Now their goals were to simply find their killer and finish him off for good. Each night they would see if the night shift worker was William and would continuously travel to their office to see so. The company dismissed this as abnormal and claimed to understand.
You're only the second guard to work at that location.
Booga booga.
The first guy finished his week, but complained about conditions. We switched him over to the day shift. So, hey, lucky you, right? Mainly he expressed concern that certain characters seemed to move around at night and even attempted to get into his office. Now, from what we know, that should be impossible. That restaurant should be the safest place on Earth. So while our engineers don't really have an explanation for this, the working theory is that the robots were never given a proper night mode. So when it gets quiet, they think they're in the wrong room. So then they go try to find where the people are, and in this case, that's your office.
During all of this, the bullies that helped trip the puppet kept screwing with the animatronics in the pizzeria. This time it was Mangle. They ripped its original suit to pieces until it was a connected pile of scraps. The animatronic was dismantled daily by these kids, and the staff eventually stopped repairing it. The animatronics were getting angry, causing them to behave differently towards adults and staff members. But one day, Mangle became more unstable when it was once again dismantled and bit down on one of the kids and caused the loss of the frontal lobe of the victims.
So this was the bite of 87.
The animatronics was scrapped due to apparent malfunctions, more specifically.
So the bite of 83 was Evan, and the bite of 87 was Mangle.
Any more casualties?
Yeah. There we go.
Contact the original restaurant owner. I think the name of the place was Fredbear's Family Diner or something like that. It was closed for years though. I doubt
Winnie.
On this day, they tracked Henry down, and he went back to work, but not for the good reasons Henry hoped he'd come back for. Fazbear Entertainment held a meeting with the entire team, and they eventually decided to shut the location down and work on a smaller location with no security system animatronics. Just simple singing and dancing animatronics like Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. The animatronics would be made by Henry to avoid any incidents or bugs with the animatronics. And for weeks on end, Henry worked and repaired the work-in-progress suits and brought them to life. Freddy Fazbear would be the main driver of the restaurant, with Bonnie the Bunny, Chica the Chicken.
One of them starts to beatbox. No. That's the crocodile.
And was surprised to see him. William instantly raises the point that he hates Michael and he wants her to take him, or else he'll throw him out to the streets. They argue. He doesn't want to be in his son's life. For a bad reason, being a bad dad, or a good reason, protecting him as everything near William falls, is unclear. After what felt like an hour, William decides he's done with the argument and storms off to see his car go.
Yeah. I mean, he's a DJ.
William's wife, now sick of hearing what he has to say, begins to shout and scream that he... Blood came from her stomach, and she watches William stare as she falls to the ground, passing out, never to awaken again. He drags her body to the car and puts her inside of it, slamming the boot shut. William begins work with Circus Baby sitting across from him. William made Baby to lure, capture, and kill kids, and unfortunately Elizabeth fell to his own creation, but with nothing else to lose. Why stop at one freak show? During the late hours of the night, William created his next two animatronics, Funtime Freddy and Funtime Foxy, both with different ways of luring children and killing them. Both animatronics had a white and purple color code. Funtime Freddy looked like Toy Freddy, but had a speaker on its chest below its black bow tie. Funtime Freddy holds a Bonnie plushie figure William would call Bon Bon in his right hand. Funtime Foxy looked exactly like put together Mangle, but with a large tail and, much like Freddy, a speaker
That's so
on its
furry.
chest. William
It's
also
so
made a third
furry.
animatronic that night, Ballora, a ballerina that would spin and sing. William based this animatronic not on luring nor capturing, but on containing and storing his wife, which is who the animatronic was based off in the first place. Between animatronic builds, William made smaller animatronics like Bon Bon for fun, such as Bittybabs and Mini Arenas. With these main four animatronics with their own AI systems, William opened a new location, but not one that could be seen so easily with an outsider's view. An underground location where outsiders, or customers, could rent out and have the animatronics at their birthday parties as a special delivery of surprise. This new location would go on to be called Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rentals. After the long few years since Evan's death in 1983,
It's so
William
cute, the
sat in
art.
office he used to monitor Evan in and looked at his child's empty bedroom, eventually turning the monitors off to see his reflection, the reflection of a broken man descending further down his rabbit hole of madness. But instead of looking away out of shame, he grins of demoralization. Almost a year after Fazbear Entertainment closed Freddy's, the company opened up a new location to the public, Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. But new. The rivalry between William and Henry continues with William's location's grand opening. Michael is abandoned and unsure where to go next.
No! How did you lean back too hard?
Animatronics are now possessed. Worst of all, some containing his own family, such as Circus Baby, Fredbear, and Ballora. The animatronics are angry, hungry for blood, trying to
Holy
find their
shit,
and
Rain, what the
ultimately
fuck?
cold-hearted revenge. William sneaks into Freddy's and begins walking towards the animatronics.
What?
William starts to head
How?
towards becoming
Did you lean
creative
forward?
with only one goal in his unstable mind. The souls of the children were freed from their eternal cage. William knew something was wrong with the robots from the start. He knew the children were still in there. Now free of their prison, the children were angry, staring at the one who took their lives away prematurely. They headed towards William in anger, and he ran to something that would hopefully scare
Those
the
blocks,
spirits away.
Minecraft. Major Minecraft.
William laughed inside of the spring bunny suit as the spirits stared at him, remembering their final day.
What? Are you scared of the funny bunny?
William queried the spirits, who all looked up to the roof. The room they were in was unfinished and only meant for some employees, mainly just Henry, and the room was also off any cameras so no one could see what was happening inside of them. The whole area was built poorly and there wasn't much inside of it, but thanks to the heat of the room, the frozen condensation dripped from the roof slowly, maybe a drop of water per 2 seconds. This wouldn't be a problem if William didn't forget the basic rules of a Springlock suit. Springlocks and water can't coexist. The Springlock suit malfunctioned and sprung into its usual position.
I like how the ears even like clamped down on his skull.
Around him. He pleaded the spirits for help, begging for his life to be spared. But the spirits went away, out of William's sight. On this day, Henry stepped into the building, hearing the shouts of an old friend. He ran to see what happened, only to see William inside the spring bunny suit, blood covering it whole.
William? Please?
Upon hearing he was there, Henry thought he would die thanks to blood loss, so he walked out the room with that thought and slammed it shut. He considered that maybe karma had finally come for William.
Please!
Why is he like that?
Over time, Henry covered the entrance to the safe rooms until there was no possible way to get inside or even know the room was there. But unfortunately, the damage done to the animatronic was too much for Henry to fix quickly, and not just putting them back together will help. People were complaining about the foul smells coming from the animatronics as their suits
Why did you have to add a fart noise?
William meddling with their suits caused a lot of bad press for the franchise. William dying, the animatronics broken, everyone he knew being dead. If it wasn't too much for Henry before, it's too much now. It began to overwhelm Henry, and he was struggling to keep this franchise alive. So, in the year of 1993, Henry shut Freddy's.
That's what you get!
Not
You get piss and fart!
Open another location in the franchise. But there was one thing Henry couldn't forget and push aside so easily. His daughter. He had this feeling that
he has another daughter anyway! What about the living one?
But he feels Charlie inside of it, and it's the only one that he couldn't find when destroying the toy animatronics. At the time, he thought maybe someone stole it, which, since he was going to destroy it anyways, it wouldn't be a big deal. But maybe Charlie pushed the puppet away or something like that. He didn't know. He sounded insane, even to himself. But he wouldn't let the chance slip past, so he created a new animatronic he'd called Lefty, which stood for Lure, Encapsulate, Fuse, Transport, and Extract. That looked like a black version of Extract, but was created for a completely different purpose.
Extract with a Y, bro.
And possibly destroying it to free Charlie's soul. William going missing wasn't too much of a surprise to Michael, as his father always goes missing throughout the night or during the day. But as time passed and the weeks went by, Michael began to realize his father's absence was getting progressively longer and longer. He goes to Henry to ask if he knows where William has gone to, which Henry denies and tells Michael to look at the other locations his father works at. So, Michael traveled to the only other location opened at the time that his father owns: Circus Babies, Entertainment and Rentals. Going down the elevator, Michael thinks of everything that's happened. He blamed himself daily for the loss of his younger brother Evan, never forgiving himself no matter what his mother said to him through the nights of tears and breakdowns. Obviously, he knew Elizabeth had died, but he was never once told how. He couldn't ask his mother after the divorce and William's advice to stay away from her. He knew William knew how Elizabeth died, but he never mentioned that to him, nor asked William how it happened. But maybe now, after his father's disappearance, Michael can find him and finally ask what happened to her and get some sort of closure. The doors of the elevator opened suddenly, and Michael went towards the primary control module. This is when he realized something. Michael lost enough already. He would do anything to find his father, even if it meant he was mistaken.
That clown mask at the top there still kind of spooks me.
Animatronics hunting in the dark and fixing broken animatronics, with some much needed advice of course, was an insane thing to do. Michael was about to give up on this location on the third night until Michael was afraid inside the scooping room. He was stuck inside a springlock suit, the same type he watched his brother get brutally murdered inside of. He almost fainted until he was given the reminder not to activate the springlocks. Circus Baby goes on to tell Michael what the room really is about, a machine called the Scooper. But before Baby can begin explaining, two technicians went inside the room.
Okay, bring her over. Forward. One. More. Okay, stop. Set her down. Watch the step. What happened to it this time? Just seems like these things can't go a day without breaking down. Who knows? It's always the same, man. Some kind of hardware malfunction. Well, hey, I have to be somewhere in 15 minutes, and this place gives me the creeps. We just get this over with. It's all automated. We don't have to be here for it. Just get her on the rollers and we can go.
The loud sounds of something coming towards Michael was all he could hear.
Why didn't he speak up?
It was Ballora. Baby explains that.
There's something very important that I've learned how to do over time. How to pretend. Ballora never learns. But I do. They think there is something wrong on the inside.
Ballora gets opened up by the Scooper hitting her. Each hit, Michael became more and more hopeless for his own survival, but he also felt something. As if he felt the pain of the animatronic. As if he was watching someone he knew being killed directly in front of him. Eventually, the animatronic's torches stopped, and Baby explained that she'd opened the faceplate so they could find him on the cameras. Michael no longer heard Baby's voice and waited for quite a while until he was found and rescued from the suit. Michael knew Baby kept him there because she wanted him to see the animatronic be destroyed. But why? That's all he thought about on the way home. And knowing William isn't down there, he didn't plan to return the next day. Michael sat and watched his favorite show, The Immortal and the Restless, which he would usually watch every
Why
single
isn't
night
he
after
popping
coming
that
home.
popcorn?
Besides, last night.
Clara, I tell you, I paid my taxes, Clara. So why are the IRS here?
What?
Child.
Michael thought about how
I
he
swear.
two stood out, Baby and Ballora, who were the only two who didn't seem to have pre-recorded
Popcorn
voice
time.
lines at all,
Oh.
unlike Funtime Freddy's birthday lines. Michael knew he was onto something, so he called his mother for the first time in ages. She didn't pick up.
Hi, I'm sorry I couldn't pick up your call today.
Let me in the house. Please, let me in the house.
It's me, William.
Anyway,
This sounds
come back
dumb.
tomorrow maybe, and I'll hopefully be able to respond.
Wait, what? Why was William there visiting her? Why did he feel a connection to Laura, who reminded him of his mother, who used to sing countless bedtime lullabies, and a similar connection to Baby, who reminded him of his sister, who never shut up, but always wanted Michael to know anything and everything. Michael thought and thought more and more until the realization hit, and he prepared to return underground the next day. Today, Michael would have to fix Circus Baby. He entered the primary control module only to see the two technicians hanging. This was horrific to Michael, but after seeing his body in front of his eyes, it wasn't the worst. He's told
there's actually dead bodies.
Sending it to the scooping room and is then instructed to go and find and enter the room himself. He enters the room and sees all the Funtime animatronics destroyed.
Warning, you've entered a highly dangerous area. You have entered from Maintenance Hatch 1B, reserved for cleaning and repair of the scooper. Entering this side of the room is strictly prohibited by unauthorized personnel.
And a new animatronic, Ennard, appear. Ennard was
Get
formed
it,
by all
innards?
the Funtime animatronics who destroyed themselves and mixed together to make one amalgamation. They formed
Innards.
one because they were trying to escape and get out of the underground, and their plan was better explained here with their speech.
You are in the scooping room now. Funtime Foxy has already been here today. Funtime Freddy has already been here today. Ballora has already been here today. Circus Baby has already been here today. I've been out before, but they always put me back. They always put us back inside. There's nowhere for us to hide here. There is nowhere to go when we look like this. But if we looked like you, then we could hide. If we looked like you,
Look at
then
him.
we would have somewhere to go.
Sounds like a skin shoe.
The scooper only hurts for a moment.
Damn. What was it supposed to scoop out exactly?
The animatronic put itself inside of Michael's corpse. This was how they would escape, looking like a human would work.
He hits all the bones.
So they went ahead and left the building. They saw sunlight for the first time in ages and began walking around the neighborhood, but the body being dead wasn't a good thing. It slowly started to decompose.
These guys hiding behind their goddamn things.
The body laid on the floor numb with Ennard escaping into the sores until Michael heard the voice of Circus Baby, who he now realized must be his sister Elizabeth, trying to save him by chanting, "You won't die."
No, it was original purple. Oh, no hat. Which tip, bro? Which tip? Oh! Which tip?
He didn't die. His body rose up, and no matter
Oh!
what, Michael was ready to
What
follow
color?
him
Green, blue, pink?
and finish him for good. The body of Ennard had continued to roam under the sores, waiting for a moment to escape without being seen, and therefore instantly destroyed. But there was a problem within Ennard. More so, a problem within the Funtime group. Baby was basically the leader of it all, being basically controlling and almost commanding their every move. The other animatronics, Ballora, Funtime Freddy, and Funtime Foxy, were annoyed of Baby's controlling manner and decided to kick her out. Baby couldn't do anything against a 1v3, so she was ejected out of Ennard immediately. But Baby vowed to the others that she'd put herself back together and become more than Ennard ever will be. After kicking Baby out, Ennard never fixed its wires to be
I'm probably gonna go to bed soon.
and over time it collected small parts until it could
Painkillers, let's go. Bring one off the center.
eventually
Oh.
becoming Molten Freddy.
This is very
caused
good.
Circus Baby to go on a hunt to end up rebuilding herself to turn into Scrap Baby.
I hope I
William
get
was in
better
the room,
soon.
Thinking about all that's happened. Had it been
What
1 day, 1
happens?
week,
What do you mean?
2 weeks, 1 month? He had no idea. For all he knew, he could be in this room slowly rotting away for the rest of his life, and he would never be able to tell when a single day went by. He couldn't do anything about it but think isolated and
No,
alone, and
me.
now he
I'm the
couldn't say
father.
feeling the pain of the spring locks and suffering on the inside and out. This section of his life would be the part of his existence where he suffered.
I'm everyone's dad.
Within his own creation that started it all, facing his own consequences and being stripped of what he created himself. For once in his life, he would finally feel guilt and a large amount of regret in his dying heart. But this was a highly populated building. Where, to his knowledge, people were still working at. Maybe he would see the light of day very, very soon.
Bro. Why don't you just
living in the shadows for these 30 years, searching for his father to
you need to like
for killing his mother and
get a Bluetooth dongle and then sync up the Bluetooth with your Raycons and listen with your Raycons so you don't have to wear headphones. So I'm gonna get earbuds myself as well, so I don't get like head creases.
It was right where you said it would be.
Oh,
They were all there.
you just shove them in self promo.
First, but then they thought I was you. And I found her. I put her back together, just like you asked me to. She's free now. But something's wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not. I've been living in shadows. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you. I'm going to come find you.
In the year 2023, a new location was based on the myths and rumors of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria.
Today! What's this here?
Items from the locations which gained the title of a horror attraction. This location
Yo!
was called Frights.
Yo, Fazbear Frights!
On completely fine, but while looking for old artifacts in the abandoned locations,
that model froze.
Across two
What's
things.
going on?
Hey man, okay.
Oh,
I have some awesome news for you. First of all, we found some vintage audio training cassettes. Dude, these are like
Hey, was Freddy on screen?
for like other employees or something like that. So I thought we could like have them playing like over the speakers as people walk through the attraction. Dude, that makes it
Nice,
feel
nice.
legit, man. But I have an even better surprise for you. You're not gonna believe this. We found
Who doesn't love
a
Shaggy?
real one. Gotta go, man. Well, look, it's in there somewhere.
Nice.
I'm sure you'll see it. Okay, I'll leave you with some of this great audio.
Wait, I want to see this.
I just invented a fully functioning interdimensional portal creating machine.
Hey, welcome back, Rain. What is this? It's a series! Yo, you're burning that toast.
No, don't bring the GPA thing into this unless you have a PhD in elevators. I don't want to hear your stupid pseudoscience malarkey about this.
Oh, I understand what you mean by it sounds like me.
Make an internet search. This discussion is nothing. Elevators don't.
So what's happening there is that the mic is a mono. It's not in stereo. Anyway, we gotta finish this. We gotta finish this, so I gotta go sleep.
Locked away 30 years ago.
Okay, good night, weed. Hey!
Michael hears the news of a new location opening up called Fazbear's Frights, a horror attraction based off the events of Fredbear's and Freddy's. He hears that they found a real animatronic suit.
How was your... You basically made a BLT, my guy. You made a BLT, except it was like ham. So it's a HLT. A help.
This was his father, William. So he traveled to Fazbear's with a match in hand, ready to end this, bringing both the company and William down once and for all.
You deserve this.
Give me a look.
What the fuck? Oh, you know what you can do? Turn up your volume all the way to max and just like put it off to the side. Put it far.
3 different city departments have been called out to combat the flames.
No Skrillex. Yeah. Does your TV not have a speaker? Incredibles live action with FNAF, right? Ugh.
And they decide to go to the old and long abandoned Freddy's location where they were once killed 40 years ago. They sit on the empty seats as the puppet comes to see them happy, seeing that her goal was truly complete. The spirits inhabiting Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy were ready to rest while Golden Freddy struggled to be pleased. But one of the two spirits inside of it became happy and decided to rest with the others. They then finished their birthday party, which was prematurely cut short so long ago. During this moment, the spirits of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, and one of the spirits inside Golden Freddy
Please refer to them as Yellow Chicken, Blue Bunny.
The puppet and the final spirit inside Golden Freddy were all that remained out of the 6 of them. The puppet wanted to make sure all that William had caused was undone, and Golden Freddy remained vengeful, unwilling to leave so early. They wanted to make sure William was done for good and that the fire burnt him whole. William was burning in the same capsule he'd been trapped in for 30 years, struggling to survive with the metal of the suit being destroyed. The more and more William kept burning, the more he kept losing from his body, the sooner death approached. He lost more of his right ear. His head started to rip open more and more, exposing his skull. But he saw a simple flaw in Michael's plan. In order for Michael to escape the burning building, he would need to be near an exit, obviously. But since Michael had a brief encounter with William right before it all went down, William would have had to be near Michael upon the flames erupting. Meaning when Michael ran to the exit close by, William wasn't far from it either. This very same exit William's eyes are now set on. William could escape and finally be free once more. Henry had sat in sorrow for so many years, contemplating everything, not only to fill out countless amounts of paperwork, not only living with the thought that William could have possibly survived the room, not only with the grief of his family dying, but with the knowledge of something weird happening with the robots, the knowledge that something else...
Oh, get out!
These animatronics, they're alive, but
Mostly
how?
not the DS.
How did William do it? How did he get my daughter inside that thing?
This one fact kept Henry awake at night. Of course he had destroyed the toy animatronics. Sure, the original animatronics had all been destroyed too, sure. But what about William's own creations, which Henry was very much aware of? What about Michael? Where was he? What about his own daughter too? There were too many loose ends, more specifically loose animatronics, that Henry needed to be solved and finished for good. Henry thought all of these years about this, making tapes as he went on to describe his thoughts. Eventually...
Yeah, don't push yourself. I don't want to be responsible for anybody's death. I am no murderer.
Now that I understand the depth of the depravity of this creature, this monster that I unwillingly helped to create, as if what he had already done wasn't enough. He found a new way to desecrate, to humiliate, to destroy. As if the suffering wasn't enough, the loss of innocence, the loss of everything to so many people. Small souls trapped in prisons of my making, now set to new purpose, and used in ways I never thought.
I'm on the header. Hell yeah.
Back to a familiar place, back with familiar tricks. He brought them all together. Are they still aware? I hope not. It keeps me awake at night. I could make myself sleep, but not yet. Not until I undo what he has done.
What's the MLA format?
A wound first inflicted on me, but then one that I let bleed out to cause all of this.
No, we got it. We're almost there.
I know what it was.
30 more minutes.
Them there again. He overpowered them again, and he robbed them of the only thing that they had again. I don't know how those tiny breaths of life came to inhabit those machines, but they will never find rest now. Not like this. I have to call them all back, all of them, together in one place.
Henry knew that he couldn't do this all by himself, so although unprepared, he set up advertisements for someone to play the role of a pizzeria manager, so they could help him salvage the animatronics lord, as well as raise money to make their own jobs.
Right, it's right there.
Instead of creating the
No, I think that's the sound.
He would let the employee do it, purchasing items themselves and making the pizzeria truly their own. With these ideas,
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place
opens up, a new location created by one of the founding members of Fazbear's Entertainment, Henry.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza?
Michael saw this going around everywhere. He knew that after all these years, Henry would have to know what happened in between William's disappearance and Michael reuniting with him. What turned him into that monster?
I guess to listen to the
Michael
speech.
headed towards the location to not only get answers, but to make sure there were no more animatronics with spirits attached to them. Circus Baby and Molten Freddy were lured to the pizzeria by an energy they didn't know, but a familiar one. It felt as if they were right back at Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals. Deep down, they felt that this energy was calling to them, and that this was their only hope of escape, as this was the only thing all of them had felt since the argument. So both Baby and Molten Freddy headed towards the location to find out who called them back after all of this.
The nightmare berries looks so bad. William looks so bad. That does not look good. The design is just not great. He looks like a monkey.
Also wanting to kill Michael, who after the events at Fazbear Frights, he knew would go to this new location to know what's going on. So finally,
it's like not
William
scary.
Headed towards the location.
Monk?
Throughout his night,
yeah.
Michael met with many familiar faces. Molten Freddy, who reminded him of Funtime Freddy from many years ago, remembering it was a combined version of Funtime Foxy as well as his mother, Ballora. He then saw Scrap Baby, who he knew exactly who it was, his younger sister Elizabeth, although they didn't exchange any words as he knew the cameras were on and watching his every move. He also encountered an unfamiliar face, Lefty, who he personally had no connection to, but finally he saw Scrap Trap. His father had survived the fire. Seeing all of them still somehow alive was something straight out of his nightmares. He had to think of a plan. During his shifts, the tutorial kept reminding him about Saturday.
There's a big party here Saturday. Make it through Saturday. Don't forget Saturday. You want them all to be in one place.
Something had been planned for Saturday. Michael knew something was going on. Why were all the leftover animatronics here? The only other person working here was Henry, so knowing him personally, he realized Henry must already have a plan. A plan to end it all with a big party on Saturday.
Speaking of Saturday, this Saturday, we have board games!
Like he did down on the
you want to be gathered all in one place!
Molten Freddy came in from the side. It never understood why Baby didn't just let Michael die the first time.
It's time to die, time to say goodbye, time to end these rhymes. You'll be set free.
I'm going butter stream. Also Saturday. I need to go buy butter tomorrow.
Suffering and let him rest while she cannot. This is when Scrap Trap enters, pissed off at Michael's existence and with every
be on the butter. Butter on the bee. On the butter.
Michael ran away, crawling through the
we casually planning murder?
Terminated. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Elizabeth. You still remember that name, but I'm afraid you've been missing.
We'll see! We will see! Here, after this, we'll watch the chat video real quick.
Fazbear's ready to fade away from history forever. Henry speaks to everyone.
Give me the butter. Butter me.
What the fuck is this for? Birthday boy!
Finally, time to rest.
Henry's plan was working. Like he had claimed, he was close by and would die in the flames like the rest of them.
Get off of me.
William saw Michael and tried to get through the vents to him.
Michael, don't trap me in here. I'm gonna fucking kill you, you hear?
He has the goddamn Australian accent, but it's calm as hell. It doesn't make sense. What the hell? Why are you reading your lines like this? Go back. Let's talk about this.
To set the entire place ablaze, with every last thing connected to Fazbear's ready to fade away from history forever. Henry speaks to everyone who remains.
What the fuck is this for? Birthday boy!
Finally, time to rest.
Henry's plan was working. Like he had claimed, he was close by and would die in the flames like the rest of them.
Get off of me.
William saw Michael and tried to get through the vents to him.
Also, the mic got better.
I'm gonna fucking kill you, you hear? I'll fucking kill you.
I'll fucking kill you, you hear? I'll fucking kill you. Also, it's Australian, not British.
Michael sees his younger sister and his younger brother, welcoming him to rest with open
Michael! An Aussie moment. Michael! Michael! You're just playing the same clip 3 times!
William didn't say anything more. His look was enough.
It's done.
Michael steps closer to the bright light, the final thing he'd see.
I'm sorry.
The first sorry William's ever muttered in his entire life.
Voice acted visual novel.
Restless, vengeful.
Hey,
now
I'm sorry. Hey, I'm
The
sorry.
only spirit who's been unwilling to rest. Golden Freddy, aka Evan Afton. William is burning up and his soul is definitely not going anywhere good. But Evan had other plans for William. Not down, not up. He can go somewhere else. Evan was unfairly taken away. It was bullshit. He was stripped from his life. He was basically just beginning. He was young. He was so young. And he got tortured by his father. Tortured by William. Unable to sleep. It was horrible. His father gave him the worst life possible. Evan was fine with Michael though. He knew he didn't mean anything to happen with him. He saw the amount of pain and agony he went through to try and help Elizabeth survive and to find his own father. Evan saw Michael try and finish William off after figuring out what he had done. Evan knew
Oh, that's scary as shit. Holy fuck.
Deserves this. William deserves purgatory. William deserves this. Haunted by his creations, haunted by everything in the Afton family's past, William defends himself against what seems like 50 animatronics. He dies
Oh,
over
the
and
50
over
2020
again,
mode.
never getting a break. Evan watches from afar, watching all his father's creations eat him, tear him in half, break his bones, and so much more. He still wasn't satisfied. This wasn't enough, so he brought a new animatronic, Dee Dee, in, who would not only scare him, but give him more to fight against. More ways to kill him, more horrors to face. Evan watched him for days. How long has it been? Not even he knew. Evan wasn't even sure if he was satisfied. Was he? He didn't know. It was so long he'd been watching William die and die and die. He thought maybe it wasn't enough, so he decided to add more animatronics to William's purgatory until, while within the void, Evan fell.
Come and sit with me a while.
Old man consequences told Evan. Evan didn't know who or what this was.
Leave the demon to his demons. Rest your own soul. There is nothing else.
There was nothing else for Evan, so after almost 50 years, Evan finally rests. Everything that came before is over.
Yeah. You woke up right when I started streaming, I guess. Oh, that's so sweet. I woke up at a normal human time. So did I. Okay, it just so happened to be the normal time on the other side of the planet. It's not that weird. Okay. And I can't wait to save all these mods. Good luck.
The events of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place and everything that came before, Fazbear Entertainment was at a standstill, with little to nothing being done with the business since then. There were always people working in the back.
I love when the bee gets defensive. Why? Because I'm normally offensive.
What to do. There was a giant lack of profit. They were making no income. So a member of Fazbear's went rogue and had a plan to make money by creating a video game series based on the true events, rumors, and some myths that have occurred throughout these 50 or so years. When these games caught the corrupt business's eyes, they knew exactly what to do.
Looking forward to the ASMR VOD. It should be up already, actually. Like, on Twitch. I need to double check.
The potential here is huge, and what's really going to be interesting is the things people use.
Ah, the grunt. But I might have to, like, I'm thinking about redoing the ASMR, and pacing it out a little bit longer, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Fazbear Entertainment saw this game series start to gain popularity. They found out who had been making these games and went to them to make an offer. Eventually, the rogue indie
Yeah, it was did it on Halloween, so Tuesday.
All the horrors that have previously occurred and all the abandoned locations left to rot. All the schemes, myths, rumors.
What time board game? I will let you know tomorrow.
This franchise. Fazbear Entertainment took the opportunity of these games and began
I'll use the little thingy.
but under the official company name. This would
And at the same time, I'll be here regardless.
a virtual reality game to make the players feel like they're in the action themselves. The game they would call Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted. The company had big plans.
It is tomorrow.
One of which being
When I wake up, I will let you know. Because it depends on how I feel right now and if I'm going to go to sleep early tomorrow or not.
After all these years. But where? What would it look like? They had none of the previous animatronics working anymore, so who would even be the stars of the show this time? They thought and thought, and eventually the idea struck their mind. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza
Hello, Dundee!
to the ground, making it the most recent scandal. So they realized they had to cover it up soon before the public looked into it too much. So they
I know, right? It's almost as if I really didn't want it to be categorized as ASMR.
But they would need money. Lots of it. They planned to make a giant war over the pizza place. It wouldn't be so cheap. So they needed a new source of income while creating this VR game. In the previous locations, merchandise was a big thing for the brand, selling character masks and toys such as plushies. This is when they decided to make a rerun of all their previous merchandise, this time making a delivery service for merchant gifts, party supplies, and more. They would finally have a new source of income while they worked on the new VR video game, where the profits would hopefully skyrocket through the roof. But who would be the team making this game? Vanessa, a 23-year-old female with blonde hair and green eyes, was a part of the game. Farming protocols while working for the business. Her father, named Bill, and her mother had a custody battle in court with her father not playing so fairly, making her mother look bad by scaring Vanessa into lying and manipulating her into saying things that weren't true, which in turn made her mother lose the court case and lose custody of her. She was hired by Fazbear Entertainment to help work on this virtual reality game, and throughout another co-worker named Jeremy, who was the main beta tester for it. One day, someone at Fazbear Entertainment...
I can't believe we was a beta tester. He was a beater!
And directed the team to scan the code to help speed up the process of making the game, and practically take a shortcut. They didn't think anything bad could possibly come from doing this, so they went ahead and tried implementing the real code into their game. While playtesting the game, a figure starts to appear to Jeremy. He had no idea what it was, but he called it the anomaly.
Oh, my spices!
He this and tells the rest of the team what it was. But the only thing the team thought of it was that it was a bug, a glitch, and it was their sole objective to solve how
I want your spicy salsa. What? I paid the balloon.
Ended up believing him. Surely it was just a glitch.
Dude, like 20 minutes.
Suspicious. They knew he saw something. But they don't care, they just want the game out as soon as possible, so they started to prepare to fire Jeremy from the business. Jeremy kept going, kept claiming he was having nightmares, hallucinations, hearing voices, all to do with this anomaly.
I'm gonna skip this part, honestly.
No one believed him, so he took matters into his own hands.
No, I shouldn't. Okay.
Vanessa went to work early and saw Jeremy standing in the supply room.
What did I say we were gonna wash after, real quick?
There was a Halloween mask on the floor with ink sprayed everywhere, and Jeremy with his shirt also covered in ink. But she couldn't see his face because of the VR headset. But unknowingly to her, that wasn't ink. That wasn't a Halloween mask. Jeremy had cut his face off with a guillotine paper slicer. He committed suicide to prevent the anomaly from taking over his mind and getting out. Soon enough, an employee saw Jeremy's dead body and reported it to the higher-ups. Vanessa, hearing this news, goes to talk to the higher-ups about what happened to him, but instead...
It's a good thing I wrote down that we were watching, like, horror YT. This technically counts as horror YT, right?
Stressing over a possible lawsuit, a suicide within the company, on the job, is not good in any way, shape, or form. But she learned something else from that conversation. It turns out the rogue indie game developer was actually employed by Fazbear Entertainment to make these ridiculous games. It was all just one giant cover-up.
That picture is not cute.
Going as far as covering up the cover-up. Vanessa knocks and walks in. She's told she needs to finish Jeremy's previous work for him and become the playtester. Scared of what this company could do to her, she agrees. She begins playtesting the game exactly where Jeremy left off, but this being where he left off means that's where the anomaly appears. She finally sees it and knows Jeremy was right all along.
I saw it for the first time today. There was a character I couldn't make out who it was, standing at the end of the hall. I thought it was just bugged out, so I made a note of it and kept playing. But then it was looking in the window, and not like Chica or Bonnie would.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like it was actually looking in the window, seeing what I was doing.
As she's making logs on her whole experience, the anomaly, or glitch trap, seems to attach itself to her logs within the files. She can't delete it now, because where she was hiding these tapes was a safe, unremovable area, so thanks to glitch trap attaching to the tapes, he was basically given a safe hideout in a protected area to stay in effect. Vanessa knew what to do and broke the logs into pieces, telling anyone who finds these to never reassemble them again. But it was too late. The logs were already assembled.
Oh!
Glitch trap raised he didn't take over her body, but now he's in her head, pushing her to do things she would never do. Glitch trap is out, and over time Glitch trap tells her what to do. And
what is?
She ends up making
And
a
all
in
y'all.
the real world by herself, thinking that William would like it. She'd like to imagine the name is Vanny, much how William named his suit Bonnie. She becomes more and more of a reluctant follower of Glitch trap, and begins to plan how she can bring him back, but into his own body. That's the goal, and that's what Glitch trap desires. After a long time of gaining from both their delivery services from merch and the VR game launch, Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex opens. Throughout the week, majority of the workers for things such as cleaning and dusting got replaced by robots. The new animatronic band included Freddy Fazbear, Glamrock Chica, Montgomery Gator, and Roxanne Wolf. Oh, and I guess finally a Bonnie variation, but he didn't really last long, as one night Bonnie was seen leaving his green room, heading to Monty Golf, only for some reason to be taken out and destroyed by Montgomery Gator, which after seeing the damage, Fazbear Entertainment think maybe Monty can replace Bonnie, becoming the new bass player for the crew.
That's so sad, bro.
High interest in being a security guard for the location, and someone from the top recommends her, which in turn gets her hired. Within this new location, she begins researching about Remnant and how to bring Glitch Trap truly back, possibly using some of the Pizzaplex's technology. Throughout their opening week, Vanessa murders kids trying to extract Remnant, causing more missing children's cases. And throughout this entire ordeal, Vanessa has been going to see a therapist. The therapist finds out Vanessa has been talking to someone online in an encrypted conversation. Vanessa's getting manipulative messages from the same thing, and Vanessa is seen over and over again in the Pizzaplex by the IT department, being caught on camera multiple times, sometimes even with the Vanny mask. She's searching up weird things during company time, such as fake fur material to make the Vanny suit, and more. Vanessa herself learns that Glitch Trap has been hacking into her personal
You're furry! You're a secret furry!
This therapist is beginning to get
Imagine getting possessed and becoming a furry.
She's suddenly replaced by another therapist, and then another therapist, then another.
Alright. You may stab me once.
right in front of him. Gregory is now trapped inside the Pizzaplex.
No, no! Wait, I'm still here! Now what am I supposed to do?
Exploring and surviving daycare.
Hello, friends. You're surely are we having a slumber party? Where are all your friends? No, why would you do that? Lights on, lights on. I warned you.
Who you putting money on? I'm throwing money on Chica. Oh, Glamrock, all the way.
Fighting against animatronics on all levels of the mall, even underground. Destroying Monty.
Damn, Monty. Got the Riz.
Gregory clicking a button, causing the bucket to spill. Hitting Montgomery Gator and pushing him all the way down.
No!
Roxy. Gregory
What the hell?
all the way down the Roxy Raceway. Eventually being spotted by Roxy herself.
Why do people want to fuck this wolf? I don't get it.
Slams straight into Roxy. And Chica. Chica smells the food that Gregory planted. Gregory clicks a button for the compactor to destroy Chica, but it gets stuck on something. So Gregory makes a run for it and pushes Chica over, knocking the pole out the way, slamming the compactor shut.
That compactor came down way too fast. That's not up to code. That is not regulation.
He kicks her in the face and the compactor destroys her hull. Fixing Freddy to become the best of them all and running from giants. All while Vanny is trying to find him and finish him off for causing so much trouble in one night. Gregory and Freddy work as a team and survive all these difficult challenges together. The time struck 6 a.m. and Gregory headed towards the door.
Freddy, it's open, let's go!
No, I cannot exit this facility.
Of course you can! Come on, we can hide you somewhere.
Without a recharge station, my systems would shut down within an hour. It is a safety precaution. It is my design. This is where I must stay.
Freddy!
It will never be safe. I will miss you.
Freddy, if I leave now, nothing will change, will it? There will be more disappearances.
Yes, I am afraid that is correct. Gregory, you have a choice to make. The door is open, and you can go. Or you can continue to investigate the secrets of the Pizzaplex. I feel there is something else going on besides Vanny.
Gregory and Freddy stay to explore the secrets of the Pizzaplex and find an elevator leading underground.
Be careful. This elevator does not appear to follow any safety protocols.
Yeah, shoot him with the laser gun.
The elevator leads them all the way down to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place.
I know
Oh shit.
what this is. I have been here before. She brought me here. I found myself for the first time when I cleared the path. I did not want to, but I
Yeah, the old one. The one that they burned down.
I have changed. My friends.
But Vanessa, what you gonna go? No, Flynn! Hi!
Confused. But I can protect you. I am not.
White woman jump scare.
Gregory begins to believe someone may be possessing Freddy. By Falling even lower within the pizza place, they land in the same room Henry sat in while saying his final words many years ago. But charged by the futuristic technology of the charging stations, Vanny was able to almost reconstruct Scraptrap's body and transfer William's data from Glitchtrap into it like it did with the arcades upstairs, also using remnant from the murdered kids. William Afton is truly in purgatory, but the glitched AI of him is free. William is back. The company were throwing all the old corrupted animatronics down here as they knew they'd be covering it all up with them all. Over time, a big amalgamation had been building itself up slowly, knowing that Vanny was bringing William back. But Vanny nor Glitchtrap realized that the amalgamation was even Freddy started to be taken over by Glitchtrap in the building, trying to do what he failed to do during that performance earlier, trying to recreate what he did with the arcades and how he got into his current body. Gregory clicks a button to release fire into his room, distracting William from taking control, and Gregory fights off all the animatronics on his own. The amalgamation witnesses all that's happening, and after seeing William free, when Gregory hits the fire once more, it goes towards William and grabs him by the throat. Gregory and Freddy run away and escape the burning building. They sit down and finally relax on a hill after a long night. The same hill the graves of the unfortunate kids who disappeared so many years ago rest. Gregory, and for once in this entire story, Freddy, live happily ever after.
There's a newest timeline!
That's the end of this horrific story. Thank you so much for watching this entire series.
Who caused the bite of 87? What's in the FNAF 4 box? How was the crying child put back together? What was the one thing Scott Cawthon retconned? When do the two Circus Babies locations open? What is Junior's 100%?
I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. I'll watch this tomorrow. I'll watch this tomorrow. I'm going to bed. 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 Get all this off me. No more. I'm going to bed. Sleepy time. I'm tired. Get off my body. Get off. Wait. No. Ow! That one. Get off my body. Get off my body. Get off my body. Get off my body. Hey! Tucking myself in. What is it? Where's my goddamn bullfight? Bullfight! Alright guys, see you tomorrow. I'm gonna try to sleep off this nausea. Okay, good night. Thank you for being here. Bye.
Bye.